and the credit union that we are forming here. And as a quick overview, we try to bring the families together. 3,000 members in every city and state. That's a small contribution of 12 months, which brings $1.4 million. With that, we used to set up our first credit union of people that Aboriginal inhabitants. And we also built a wellness center. Within that wellness center, you're going to have a birthing center that people, sisters or mothers or the spa, so we can rest and relax. A restaurant. And these in the restaurant will be all organic food from the farm. Also, as the sister touched on, we have alkaline water. The water comes from off of the farm. And this alkaline water is doing a lot for people with, make a disclaimer, I can't say it easily, but it has been helping a lot of people. Point, we got a brother this past Saturday after the conference, he's diabetic, and he drank the water for the first time. I spoke to him on Monday, and he was like, whoa, that water, I don't know what it is, but I'm feeling much, much better. And it so happened that before that, our brother from Carolina, his name is El-Bey, that's who has the farm, a 1,000-acre farm, organic food, people who are serious, want to live off the grid, he has plots and all of that. But the water itself, trust me, it's not good. So for now, we are on the ground, like we are building the Black Wall Street all over again, but in every city and state. And so now we are on the ground until we have the credit union out there we come aboard. Because sometimes when you're in their infancy stage, you gotta make left hand does know what the right hand is doing. Yeah, because water is liquid gold in this time. We gotta be careful what we do. But next week, Saturday, we go more in depth. We have a presentation and we go, step by step, line by line, how the contribution go, where each penny go. But everything is itemized to the T, the exact penny, and what we do from year one, year two, and all of that. So anyone interested, can see our fee person, with our sister Sophia, because we here next Saturday, right here. Take my time, yourself. All right. Good time. That's great.
I guess it's my turn.
Yes, sir.
Chief, how everybody doing?
Great.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. Before I even get started, I guess I need to go into the title. All right, we're going to be dealing with astrotheology. Astrotheology today, and its symbolism in the origin of world religions, as well as also extraterrestrial life. All right, so we're going to be getting into all of that within the next 2 days. All right. All right, so everybody know the zodiac signs, right? Coming from the Greek rendition. All right, well, the ancient Kemetic information is right there on the wall of Dendron, in which that oftentimes they don't tell us the correlation between the two. Because we know that the Egyptians, Temerians, Tenessians taught the Greeks, who was formerly the Minoans, who were the followers of Ra, men, Amin Ra. They were the followers of men, the fertility deity. So that's how they became known as the Minoans, because they were the followers of men. All right, the same Amen that we said in our prayers as actually. All right, so that actually is the origin of the Greek culture. Was ancient Egypt, Kemet, all right, Temeri. Now, when you look at the symbols, we have Aries, and then we have what? A ram, right? Now, Aries the ram, well, Kemet has the ram too. Who's the ram? Anybody ever seen Amen? What is his symbol?
Right.
is a ram. You see the horns turn back. So Aries actually symbolizes the ram. All right. You have Taurus, the bull, and that is also Apis. All right. His symbol is the bull. He's also known as a fertility deity or nature of fertility. All right. The reason why they're telling you this is because if Aries is the first month, then that is what? The end of March, April, right? The end of April, May is Taurus. So they both symbolize fertility deities. Why is that? Because this is the time that life bounces back to the planet. Okay? This is the reason why life bounces back. So, all right, you have Amen Ra is the ram, Aries. You have Taurus, who is also in his form of Apis the bull. All right. Then, of course, you have, next you have, Gemini, right? In Gemini, you have who? You have Asa and Set originally. But because of the dual aspect of the son of Asa, who is Heru, Horus, and the battle against the uncle, who is known as Set or Sut, they two now becomes the symbol for Gemini. But originally it was Asa and Set, the divine couple, right? Not opposites, but complementary. All right? Like I said, it became Heru, Sut, or Set. Right now. All right, next we have what? Cancer. Right? Now, all these symbols that I'm showing you, that I'm going through, is on the temple wall of the Dendera, which is the temple of Heru. When you walk into the temple, at the top, you will see the zodiac signs, the star constellations. All right? These are the symbols that they have for their information, in which that carried over into the Greek, in which that we now have today. All right? That we use today. So Cancer, you have Khadirah. Khadirah. And Khadirah is the dung, is the symbol, is the dung beetle. Right? The dung beetle rolls up dung, dirt, and roll it across the plane. And if you was looking at it without the thinking of the Khadirah, the dung beetle itself, and you just seen it, a ball going across, it would be symbolic to what the ancients said was the sun coming across the sky from the east unto the west. So shall the coming of the Son of Man be. Right? That's what that is symbolic to. So, even though Cancer is a crab, originally on the temple walls of Heru in the upper panel is Dendera, you will have Khadirah, which is the dung beetle. All right? Next is what? What's the next symbol? Or next sign? Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. Next is Leo. All right. So we know Leo, of course, is the lion. And we know that that is Atum. Atum. All right. Atum is the same atom that you have in your Bible. Because the Bible actually derived from the ancient Kemetic script, or what is known as the Metrineture, coming from the book coming forth by day and night. All right, what is also known as the opening of the mouth ceremony, or the rise and the evolution of Ra. That's the name of it. All right, so Atum Re, or Atum Ra is said to be the first to have been born from out of the state of Noon mound. He was on a mound, right? He was on a mound, born from out of the state of Noon. He was the first. This is why the lion is called the king of the beasts. All right? The king of the beasts is because Atum, which is the lion or Leo, symbolically is the one who formed all the other deities or gods into existence. He's the first of what is called the Enad. The Enad means 9. So there was 9. So 8 plus 1, which is he himself. Atum symbolizes the numeral 1. The numeral 1. That's who Atum symbolizes. The same as God created Adam in his image and after his likeness in the book of Genesis, right? So it says what? That God breathed into the nostrils of man the breath of life and made man a living soul. And this is how Adam came into existence. Well, Noon symbolized the same process for Atum. Okay? Medically, this same Atum becomes what we call Adam. Same as we have of Adam. This Adam said to be, if you get Hebrew or Aramaic, it says Adam means to come forth from the ground. It also means red blood or red substance, but it's talking about blood. All right? He was red, talking about the blood. Now, this Adam, which this Adam is based on, this Adam, they said that Adam was made on what day? So he was made on the 6th day. Muslims around the world say Friday. All right? This is why the Jews start their what? Sabbath. Their Sabbath or their fast Friday. Going into Saturday, 6-hour span, right? That's called the Sabbath. Muslims, 1 billion around the world, right? They hold Juma. And you go and listen to a khutbah, a sermon, right? Now, all this is taking place on Friday because this is remembrance of the day in which that man was formed on. Not literally formed on Friday, but what's the 6th element on the periodical chart? Carbon. And how many 6s do carbon have in it? In the 6th element on the periodical chart. 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 6 protons. 666. I should begin with Genesis, the first man being formed on the 6th day, right? It's not the 6th day, it's the 6th element, carbon. That's what formed man, one man, carbon, which happens to be what? A carbon what? Adam. This is why in Genesis, the 5th chapter, it says that God named male and both female, them Adam. Male and female were both named Adam. That means even Eve, her name was Adam Eve, not Adam Steve. But Adam in the term of this atom, atomic energy, atomic power. This is carbon, because we are all carbon beings. Exactly. Man, woman, the word man is right there. You say she, he is right there. You say her, he is right there. You see, we inside of you.
Woman without a womb.
That's right. Right. So, all right. So this is what we're talking about here, is that there's 8 of the deities, because Atum symbolizes the first made man. Symbolically, he was talking about carbon coming into existence of the element, of the first element, which is hydrogen. All elements come from hydrogen, right? Because hydrogen is the first element on the periodical chart. All right? So hydrogen, which symbolizes the state of noon, symbolize the state of noon. All right? That's what that symbolized, the state of noon for Adam. All right? So, let me see here. We'll get this. Don't let me forget that we went to Leo. So, Atum is the firstborn, the first God, the first deity. All right? Adam in your Bible is the first son of God. All right? Even Jesus said he's the second Adam. Symbolically to the fact that the second Adam for Atum would be his son, who is Shu. This is the first begotten son. Now, there's no coincidence that you find Shu in every major religion. All right? If you go to the Hindu deity for Shu would be Shiva. What is Shiva's symbol? Oh, that's right. Shiva's symbol is also a bull. Now, when Shiva is in his other form, which is called fish, now, the symbol now becomes the fish. What Jesus' symbol is. You see it on every back of every good Christian car, don't you? Because fisherman, remember he told Peter and Andrew, the two brothers, symbolic to the two fishes, Pisces, that I'm going to make you fishermen of what? Of men. I'm going to make you the fishermen of men. Okay? I'm just trying to correlate all this information. That's all. We just starting. All right, so in the ancient Kemetic philosophy, Shu means personification of air. The personification of air. What is the personification of air? Remember, God breathed into the nostrils of man the breath of life and made man a living soul. So each of us are personifications of air. Each one of us are Shu. Okay, let's think about this for a second. If you sneeze, what's the sound you make when you sneeze? Did somebody teach y'all? Did any of y'all have sneezing classes when y'all was babies? Anybody? Did anybody have sneezing classes when y'all were babies? All right, so nobody has sneezing classes. All right, so that is just happens to be a sound that we all make because it's talking about innately the breath of life itself and coming to your remembrance that you are the personification of air. That's what this is talking about. That you are the personification of air. So, what they refer to as the middle pillar all right, it's about good as it gets with this chart. All right, so this is symbolic to your Djid, which is your backbone. It's called the backbone of Osiris. The Djid is a battery, a living battery. So it's talking about that your spinal column symbolizes a living battery in which that energy emits from you. Of course, we know the 7 generators, bingo. The 7 generators from that battery is what? Your chakra system or your endocrine glands, all right? Which stems from your kundalini. That is the battery or the charger for you, all right? Now, you can get artificially charged by being in the sun because you're melanated people. On the 3rd dimension, however, there's an energy gap in melanin. Sunlight from the sun, but guess what? You have a sun internally too. Which this is why in the book of Peter, the 4th chapter, 4th verse, it says, greater is he within you than he that is in the world. So there's something even greater inside of you than that which even shines in the sky. So we as melanated people, we love the sun. I almost missed this lecture because we was at the beach. Okay, we almost missed this. But we was laying out, we was drying off, we was, ooh, what time is it? 4:45. We tripping. All right, so this is the power, is that Shu is the breath of life, the personification of air, which is the sound that you make when you sneeze. That happens to be the exact same name that Jesus has in Hebrew. Is that a coincidence? His name is Yeshua. The same sound that you happen to make when you sneeze happen to be the name that Jesus is in Hebrew? That's interesting. What's wrong with that? Or is there something wrong with that? So, when Christians say that Jesus was with God in the beginning, you're right. Because that was the breath of life that he breathed into Adam and made Adam, or man, woman, a living soul. So the breath of life rides on the wings of the soul. All right? So his name, as we just said, is Yeshua. Now, deity. Old Testament deity, that's not there. That's just simply, you get that? That's Old Testament deity. Yahweh, the ruthless God. Kill them all. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, life for life, get them! That's Yahweh. That was the ruthless guy, the Old Testament one, right? That's what the Christians say, right? That's the Old Testament one. Well, this concept actually comes from a Tamarian symbol or storyline in which that you see Newt and Geb. Newt is arched over, which symbolizes the firmaments of the sky, and Geb is underneath her, with his phallus pointing up towards the abdomen area, because that's where life is formed, right? So this is Newt and Geb are symbolic in a Chinese philosophy or Taoism to be what? The yin and yang, right? In the Kemetic information, that is also or say. Okay? Newt and Geb later becomes also and Set. Yah. Wow. Just so happened that Yah symbolizes good. Wah symbolizes bad. So Yahweh symbolizes the deity in which that we ate forth from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What this is talking about, Yahweh is talking about your DNA, your genes. Yes.
In the Old Testament, there were no vowels.
Right?
So,
get ready to get to that. So,
Excuse me,
Yahweh, the vowel. Yah, Vah, He. Yahivahi. That's what this is, right? Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 continents called the tetragrammaton, right? So we know that if we take Yod, He, Vav, He, Yod, He, Vav, He. So Yahivahe, so Yod is symbolic of the 4 elements: fire, that's the He. He with this is the arms. Va is the torso. He again or the legs.
That's right.
It's the body of man. So Yahweh or Yahweh or Jehovah or Jah or Ra is talking about the structure of the human anatomy. What forms the human anatomy? Carbon, your genetics. And what are your genetics? Your genetics breaks down into various what? Elements, or what is known as amino acids, the building blocks of life, proteins. Right? How about Yahweh are the 4 elements of life? It's called Adonai, kerosene, and guanan, which in chemistry it was called C-T-A-G. Cytosine, cytosine, tyrosine, adenine, and guanine. These same 4 elements that form your human anatomy structure happen to be the same sacred formation that the Hebrews was talking about, which is Yahivahi. This is no coincidence. So, this is why it states that God created man in his image and after his likeness. Well, is the image Yahivahi, the 4 tetragrammaton elements, and cytosine, diosine, Adonai, and guanan. That's the image, the likeness, the physical body. Yahivahe. So, Old Testament deity, Yahweh. New Testament deity, one thing they did was add Shu, or you, in the middle of it. So now, Yah, Shu, wow. They never changed the name of Shu. They just reconfigured it into the form of Yahweh in order for you not to know that that was Nut and Gad. But they kept Shu the same. No matter where you go, Shu is the same. In the Bible, and it reads that Jesus said, the only way you can come to the Father is but through me. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. The breath of life. You get it? Because without the breath, you die. Right? You go without eating for about 40 days or more. You go without drinking water for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, but try to go without the breath for 3 minutes. Let me call 911 for you. And then they're gonna say they're gonna have to resuscitate, right? Suscitate, where that comes from? Come from the word spirit or spiral. You'll have to re-spiritize your body. Get your spirit back into your body. Because the word re means to do again, right? So, the first image that you see in ancient Kemet of Geb and Nut is Nut arch over Geb, right? Then the next scene, you see Shu standing in the middle of Nut and Geb like this. What happened? What's Shu doing there? Who's seen that symbol? Exactly. All right, so now it went from Old Testament, which means old life, to now New Testament, which means new life. So in the New Testament, Shu now comes into play, and now is the one who stands upright. This is why Muslims say Hiram Abith, right? Got hit in the head by the 3 ruffians. That's the same tale of getting killed by his brother Set by the 72. What? Conspirators. Exactly. And it was 72 because 3 goes into 72. You see? 72 ain't nothing but the multiple of 3. So it tells you the whole story over and over again. All right? And so we oftentimes only heard it biblically. When you go and read the ancient Kemetic scripts or the ancient Sumerian scripts, you're going to see the same exact stories being told. All right? So Shu now comes in the middle of Yahweh. So Yah symbolizes the higher self, and Wei symbolizes the lower self. And what it's telling you is that in order to raise from out of your lower self to Yah or Jah, you must breathe. That's the mediator in your body right here, right now. No preacher, no pastor, no rabbi, no priest, no middle person. The only middle thing that you need is the breath of life. That is the mediator. This is what Jesus meant by I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one can get to my Father but through me, through the breath, through Shu. Right? This is it. Yes.
Would Wa represent the lower 3 chakras, and then Ya represent the higher
3 chakras? Okay. And that's why you see Jesus with the heart symbol.
Yeah.
You know, whenever you see the old paintings, the 17th century, the 16th century paintings, right? He's pointing up, and you see a big heart with a thorn around it. He's doing his thing. All right. Of course, we know that Caesar Borgia. All right. That's who Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci went against each other in order to see who would paint Caesar Borgia, who's the bastard son. All right, I won't say son of bastard, but illegitimate son. You know, he was the biological son, illegitimate, because he wasn't married, and this dude was the Pope Alexander VI. All right. And so Pope Alexander VI said, look, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, you know, you paint Caesar Borgia, I'll choose to paint it, then you become the painting, you know, director, whatever. So Leonardo da Vinci won. And now that same image that we see is Pale Jesus, right, is the one in which that Leonardo da Vinci painted back then, except just the certain versions of it. Of course, they changed it up as they going along. But that was the first rendition of that. And we know that stems back from the artificial creature that they made on a Nicene Council of 325 AD, Constantine and 318 bishops. All right, Arius got excommunicated from those proceedings because he would not go along with the creation of this creature. All right, So that's why they was like, you can't create something in which that creates you. In other words, how you gonna create the breath and personify it? And we can all become Israel. You know what the word Israel means, right? In Hebrew, it means he who ascends to God. It also means Isis, Ra, and El. It also means Asara. Asara. All right? So, when Rasta say Jah, that's Yah. That's what they talk about. Jah Rastafari means hey. They telling you when you bring the breath up, Kundalini is what the breath is what brings the Kundalini up, and once it raises up to the head, crown chakra, Ra or Ras, you get that? The fuck to Rastafari, right? Jah, Jah, you reach now, Jah. Now you reach Jah. It's through the lifting up. And this is what Moses told us when he said he had when he took a serpent, a bronze serpent, formed the bronze serpent. Anybody remember this story in the Old Testament? I'm just trying to go around. We ain't gonna be dealing so much with the Bible, but I got to because the symbolism is there, at least for this first part today. All right. So what happens is that this serpent was biting the Israelites, Hebrews, right? And remember, the word Hebrew means he who crosses over. What you crossing over from? You crossing from your lower self into your higher self. This is the middle path once again, all right? That's the cross, is the middle path. Your body is the cross. This is the burden for the soul. So when it's talking about Jesus dying on the cross, it's talking about the soul being incarnated into this fleshly body itself. This is Ishu in Legba. Ishu. Uh-oh. Here we go again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Once again. Shu. Uh-oh. Bam. Word keeps showing up over and over again. What is going on with that? And he's known as the God of the crossroads. The cross. Wow. Hold up. How is that? Cross roads. Wow. Jesus dies on the cross. Interesting. Of course, we know that Ishu and Legba become Legba or Elegwa within Santeria, within Palomayombe, within the Budan, within God Khan, right? As well as also within Yoruba. That name stems within all. So they already acknowledge Jesus. Ishu, Yashu. The whole time. So now imagine Europeans, this is the reason why they accepted it. Oh, you bringing this Yeshu again? Oh yeah, we know about Yeshu. Like y'all just learning about Yeshu? We know Yeshu like that. Yeah, he's the crossroad walker. You talking about your Jesus or Yashu died on the cross? Yeah, what same one? Yeah, we got you. We got you. So you see how easy that became now to convert the so-called pagans into Christianity? It's because it was the same thing. Think about it. It came from out of Kemet, Egypt. It went into Greece, Rome. Then they brought it back to us. That's like a movie. You know what I'm saying? What they said, that, if it's a true story, the names and everything, the details of what took place is hidden for Right, they changed the name. Right, say it again, guys. Say it again loud.
Change names and give it back to you.
Right, that's all they did. Was change the names and give it back to you. That's all they did. Yes.
But Aries wasn't going along with it.
No, Aries,
nice.
no, he didn't go along with it, right? Because he was part of the Ethiopian or Coptics, right? He was like, I'm not rolling with this. And that would be the reason why, if you think about it, Ethiopia is the only country, one of the only countries invaded or conquered, right? Because it is said that they had the Ark of the Covenant, or better yet, they knew the mysteries of the Ark of the Covenant. There's nothing more than a battery once you break down the illustrations of it, which is the same as the ancient Kemetic, the Djed process, which is the backbone of Osiris, which actually is talking about your backbone. In other words, the temple or structure in which they had was based on the human anatomy, and they was able to produce electrical currents, a capacitor, exactly. And this was all to show you who you are, because we lost our way. But that's the reason why the ancient Kemites or Temerians wrote it on the walls. Remember, the Old Testament tells you that the handwriting is on the wall.
Sure.
Right? So, well, there it is. It was left for us so that we can figure this out. So, once again, Ishu symbolizes the breath. The breath running through the lowest chakras into the highest chakras, or your endocrine gland system. All right? Some people don't like to use the word chakra, so let's say Shinkara, because that's actually where the word chakra comes from. It's from the ancient Kemetic word Shinkara. Hold up, let's get it. Shinkara. The word Shin means spirit. The word Shin means spirit. The word Ka, which also means spirit, but this Shin here means also spirit, but it also means breath. Because they go to S, the Sh again, right? So let's get spirit. And of course, Ra means what? Light, or consciousness, or photonic energy. Shinkara is the origin of the word chakra. All right? They are also called the 7 souls of Ra, which is called the Aritus. Arit. Hold on, let me get it. Aritu. A-R-I-T-U. Aritu. The Ritus are the 7 chakras. Or the symbols for this were the 7 lions. The 7 lions. What is Jesus' symbol? He's known as the Lion of Judah also. So not only is he a fish, he's also a lion, because what they talk about is the ages of times, known as the zodiac or constellations. 2,000 years ago was the age of what? Pisces. These 2,000 years later is the age of Aquarius, which symbols that of man. So you look in the book of Luke, the 22nd chapter, the 10th verse, it says, the disciples asked Jesus, well, what will befall us in the last days? Jesus said, follow the man with the pitcher of water into his house. Who's the pitcher of water? That is Aquarius. And that is the 11th house. This is the reason why everybody's seeing 11:11. Because it symbolizes you walking into the house of Aquarius. Who's been seeing 11:11? Uh-oh. Oh, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. It's going to start happening to everybody too. Don't worry about it.
So they might be seeing 33 or 22.
Right. You might be seeing another multiple of 11. And my wife said 22, 33, 44, 144. You've been seeing the 144. It's going to happen. All right, so these are known as the souls of Ra, all right, or Shinkara, the souls of Ra. That's what it means. The souls of Ra, Shinkar Ra. Hence the origin of the word chakra. Now, for those that don't know, how we get that? Because the Ethiopians, all right, or the Abyssinians, who's also known as the Tunisians originally, all right, left from out of the interior of Africa and went into Arabia, what's now called Saudi Arabia, journey into what is called India, and which is called Hindustan, India. It used to be called Hindu Kush. Hindu Kush. So they still have a mountain region to this day in India called Hindu Kush, because they are Kushites. But they have a very high mixture coming from those who came out the Caucasus Mountains, known as the Europeans nowadays, Albanians, who came and mixed in with them, in which they have formed the caste system that we now understand about India. Those who were the original inhabitants of India, Sudras, the untouchables, the undesirables. These are the darkest ones who look just like us here in this room. All right? Yes.
It's so funny that you say that, because I saw a video on YouTube and they were talking about these untouchables and they were saying that they bought them from Africa as slaves.
No,
right.
It was already there.
Yeah.
It was already there. Right. And they derived from another group of Armenian.
Dravidian.
Right. They called the Dravidians or pre-Dravidians, the Tamil people, as we refer to them. And the Tamil people is actually Atun Ray. They were the followers of Atun Ray. The word Tamil, the IL is interchangeable with EL, is interchangeable with RE, which is RA. All right, the R and the L within the ancient Kemetic, Sumerian, Metu-Neter script, or what's called Moritic script. Before that, it's called the Demotic script. This is where we now find the origin of Arabic and Hebrew. It's from those two scripts coming from Metu-Neter. Did everybody hear what I just said? Metu-Neter is the origin of Hebrew and Arabic. It comes from what's called the Moritic script and the Demotic script. The Demotic script is where Hebrew comes from, and Arabic comes from the Moritic script. So Hebrew and Arabic are actually dialects of, of Metu-Neter, the mother tongue or the mother language. Okay? So this is how we time all this information in. Everybody so far is cool with what we've been going over. All right. We do like body check. All right. All right. All right, so let's continue on. We stopped at Leo. So now we have what? We have Virgo. We have Libra, Scorpio, we have the new one that come in is called Fishius. And that's in between Scorpio and Sagittarius. All right. So Virgo is the virgin. All right. The same story that you have in your Bible about talking about the Immaculate Conception about Mary, that comes from the story in ancient Kemet or to Mary, which is talking about right. Set Mary. That was her name. Mary. M-E-R-I. Becomes Tamari, which is the land of the beloved, which is called ancient Kemet. But Mary also becomes the name of Meru, M-E-R-U, Meru. Okay? Now, I get back to Meru in a second because that ties in with us here, even here in the Western Hemisphere. Right? And this ties us actually shows our ancient African connection, right? As well as not just being there, but also being here, the originators or the original inhabitants or aborigines here in the Western Hemisphere. So right here, was set, and she was known as the Virgin, just like Mary in your Bible was known as the Virgin. And so from Mary, or set Mary, they get the name Mary in the Catholic Church. That's why they worship and praise Mary. And they praise purity or virginity. All right? And what happens if they did something wrong? They have even prayer beads that they start chanting, Hail Mary, Hail Mary, Hail Mary. Do your Hail Marys. Right? Okay, so that is Virgo. Next is Libra. Right? For Libra, you have Mayat. Mayat. She's the balancer of the scales. Mayat. All right? Then you have Scorpio. That is Seke. Right? You'll be able to see that too, but that's S-E-K-H-E-T. Seke. Right? Seke is, everybody probably seen the movie Scorpion King with The Rock in it. Well, that's who he played for Seke. Right? The Scorpion. All right? Then we have this new sign that just came in 1997. 1997, the new sign just came in. All right? It's called Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus means the serpent wrestler in Greek. All right? Now, guess what Ophiuchus' name is in correlation to in ancient Kemet? That's Imhotep. Imhotep is the bearer of the caduceus, which is the medical symbol because he's the father of medicine. All right? You have the Hippocratic Oath for those who are hypocrites. But that was based on Imhotep, right? The father of medicine. And also, it would be symbolic to the first Messiah. Right? He would be what we now call, during the Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s. You had people who were so special, they was doing everything at an alarming high rate. Poetry, music, dance, singing, I mean, just everything. Right? Like Paul Robeson, Renaissance man. Right, multi-genius. You know what I'm saying? Spoke like, almost yeah, like 7 languages, you know what I'm saying, or more. He sung, he acted, he danced. He even was a political figure who wanted to take our lynchings and problems that we was experiencing with the European, Albion, let's go to the United Nations. Let's take it before the world body. This is the same thing that even Malcolm said later on. He said, yo, we're no longer going by the Constitution. We're now going into international law. Right? So, and human rights. So this whole thing started becoming about human rights. Right? So right here, Imhotep is the father of that. Father of medicine, the healer. This is where Jesus takes on his biblical character or image is from Imhotep being the healer. Imhotep name spelled backwards is Ptah. Ptah. P-T-A-H. H, right? And you put the O, which actually can become an A. And of course, the IM within Hebrew means plural. It's something in which that is plural. So this is something in which that is ever coming. If you get the book by Ancient Egypt, the Light of the World, and also Jeremiah's Lectures, in the Jeremiah's Lectures, Jeremiah specifically say that Ptah, which is the Messiah, Imhotep, who comes in the image and after the likeness of Ptah, is also the Messiah. Leads those stories later on to graduate within our biblical text, the New Testament. Right? This way you have an Old Testament, Joshua is Yahshua. And then the New Testament deity, Jesus, which is Yahshua again. But they tell you that this is told over again. Because remember, Moses couldn't take the Israelites into Canaan, the land of milk and honey. Because he sinned. He killed those two Hebrews. I mean, the two Egyptians. He killed those two Egyptians. So God would not let, God allowed him to look over the mountain and see the children going in, but he himself couldn't go. So who did?
Joshua.
Bingo. You got it. You see this? Yes. Go ahead, brother. You smile because you know what I'm getting at. Go ahead.
Well, it simply means that
Right.
before he got the so-called laws, the Ten Commandments, the so-called Egyptian, because Egypt is a Greek word, the so-called Egyptian are the Lord, which said, "Thou shalt not kill."
Right. That's right. Violated his own 10 Commandments, right?
This was before he got.
Right, before he got it. Right.
That's all that.
So we find that Ptah becomes the word that we use in English. Ptah what it is. Ptah-Re, Ptah-Ra, Ptah-Re comes the same word as the word Father. So when we say our Father who art in heaven, who we talking to? We're talking to Ptah-Re. See, there's English words that even stems from ancient Kemites because the Egyptians or Kemites were here. There's 18 temples that they have found in the Grand Canyon. Y'all know that, right? 18 temples have been found in the Grand Canyon over 3,000 years ago. So the ancient Kemites were here in the Americas.
It's true.
All right?
Which means that not everyone came here as slaves.
Uh-oh.
They're already here.
Right. Some of y'all was already indigenous.
It's
to here.
so-called Indians was us.
Right. Exactly. So, and that's the key. So, this is no coincidence again. So that symbol, which is the new one, the 13th zodiac sign, is Imhotep, who is Ptah, the serpent wrestler. He's the one who formed the caduceus, the medical symbol that is on every hospital in the world. That was his symbol, the Uranus of caduceus, which is DNA, right? The elliptical pattern of your DNA, as well as also the elliptical pattern of the Kundalini as it comes up through the two nerves, which is called your Ida and your Pingala. At the base of your spine, it's called your sacral bone. Hold up, see? Let's get into it again. All right, so the sacral bone, this is the way that it looks. All right, is a downward spiral, downward triangular shape. And the nerves comes out there and travels up. Matter of fact, I can probably break it down. We can get a little better picture of it. So let's do this. Right. All right, so
This is your spinal column.
that's your spinal column. This is the digit. That's the middle pillar, is the digit. Is the downward spiral triangle or downward triangle, which is called your sacral. S-A-C-R-A-L. The first part of that is called your sac, or which is something which is what? Sacred. Right? Hold on, let me get that a little bit better. Where the word sacral comes from, because it's something that's sacred. Somebody spell sacred one. There we go. All right, so it's from sacral, is from sacred. All right. So this happens to be the abode of the Kundalini. Is here. This is the abode of the Kundalini. The Kundalini is here, and it says that it's wrapped 3.5 times at the base of the spine, half asleep. 3.5 times at the spine, half asleep. Now the word Kundalini comes from the African word, South African word, Umbalini. Umbalini. All right, so let's take it back to Africa. The Kemetic word for it is called Sekhmet. Who heard of Sekhmet? Sekhmet is the Kundalini. Sekhmet is the Kundalini. This is why Ra sent Sekhmet to go and destroy mankind. Because you was acting of your drafted nature. You was not acting in your higher self. You was acting from your drafted nature, which is your lowest self. You see this? So Ra sent Sekhmet to go and destroy the 4 lowest chakras, to murder the 4 lowest chakras, to conquer the 4 lowest chakras.
There's a movie coming out called The Mummy.
The Mummy.
With Brad Pitt. Sekhmet is in that movie, destroying everything.
Exactly. That's the same thing that we find, that the storm in which that was produced, the 40 days and 40 nights of the rain. Everybody remember that? Noah in the Bible? That was Sekhmet. That's what's been Sekhmet. Kali. Bingo. The Indian version would be Kali. All right? The ancient Kemetic version is Sekhmet. All right? So, this is what this is all talking about. So from here, you have the 2 nerves that crisscross each other, and at the nexus of those nerves forms what is called the chakras, or shankaras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The Elohims within your Bible. These are the 7 Elohims. These are the 7 African powers. Okay. Abatala, which is the head. Abatala. See that? That would be Abatala. All right. Imiya. Oshun. Huh? Well, no. We put Ogun right at the heart, but you can put Ishu. But we normally, right, but we also put it at the genitalia. because it's the open. He's also the opener of the way for the sexual energy too, right? This is why Jesus was talking to the woman who issued blood for 12 years and healed her miraculously, just by simply of the touch of the hem of the garment.
It goes back to the serpent speaking to Eve.
To Eve, exactly.
Raising up the
This is the serpent talking to Eve. Eve symbolizes the evening. Remember, the Bible says that the light dwelleth in the darkness, but the darkness comprehended it not. Eve, the evening. What happens in the evening? It gets dark. The sun goes down. Kundalini way. Kundalini went down. It descended. This is the fall of man. You see that? That's the fall of man. And then when the sexual energy is here at the base chakra for the male, he goes even further because now the ovaries comes out of him and they go down and descend and they're called what? Now testes. Now he has his ovaries, which was once in here. Because remember, if you don't remember, they tell you, women who've been pregnant, that the child, after a few days, right? If their testes do not descend, what happens?
You can't leave the hospital.
You can't leave the hospital. And because now what happens? They got to wait till they what? Descend. So that's an extra fall for us, man. But at least the women got hers up in here. I would just say, whoop. That's what happened. So that's why, understand that this is everything that the ancient was talking about. They encoded it in so many ways and stories that if you wasn't conscious of it, you would just read it like a Christian from a literal standpoint, or like a Muslim, a literal standpoint, with no esoteric explanation whatsoever. Now realizing the whole time that these stories are going back towards the human anatomy. It's talking about your human body. It's talking about your physical body and how to decode and how to work it. This is the whole point of this. They was telling you how to work this body. But if you don't know the body, you don't know biology. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to tell you, I was not a biology major. Okay? But this information started making so much sense when I started going to biology class. I can't even say biology class. I'm like, y'all teaching this nonsense. Y'all not teaching us the way that the body's supposed to be represented. If you're talking about, I'm here at a university, why am I paying you damn $20,000 to tell me I come from a damn ape? Anybody even thought about that? Why am I paying you $20,000 to tell me I come from an ape? When I'm trying to see God. You see, that's the problem. So these are the 7 Elohim. These are 7 African powers. So once again, Obatala, Emiya, Oya, Shango, Ogun, that's, I think I already said Oshun. But the last one is Ishu Elegba. All right, so the 7 African powers, all right, or the same 7 Elohims, the same 7 eyes of Allah that's mentioned in the 101s or the 102s of the Moorish Holy Quran Circle 7. All right, the same in which they read the origin of the days of the week. All right, Monday is what? Moon day. Tuesday is what? Think about it. What is Tuesday?
I know it's a day of war. A lot of people get pulled over on that day.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Right. Wednesday.
Humpback Wednesday. Raping them babies on Wednesday.
I guess so. Thursday. Right. Friday.
They name was name?
Her name is Frida. But anyway, Saturday is the Sabbath, right? Or Saturn, right? Day of Saturn. And then, of course, Sunday, first day of the week, becomes of the day of the sun. All right, so this is all symbolic because that would be symbolic to Sunday would be symbolic to the first day of the week, which would be symbolic to Michael. Michael, right? Michael is the highest archangel in heaven. He's the head of the seraphims and the cherubims. Right? Matter of fact, the word Michael in Hebrew means he who dares to be like God. Okay? He who dares to be like God. So Michael, you have Gabriel. Right? Michael symbolizes the pineal gland, which is the head of the endocrine glands in your body. Function properly if your pineal gland is calcified or if you have problems and issues with your pineal gland. Right? Europeans have, they said 60 to 80% of them have calcified pineal glands. This is not my quotes. This is actually right, their quotes, and you can get the book. It's called African Biological Psychiatry by Dr. Richard King, the great late Richard King. And he states that 60 to 80% of Europeans have calcified pineal glands, 20 to 35% Asians, and 5 to 15% Africans. Right, so there's some Negroes out there. You can't trust them either. All right. Anyway, all right. So the pineal gland is symbolic to cause. Think about it. You go to pineal gland, which sits in the center of the brain. Its activation is that of the wings, which is the seraphim or cherubim, right? These are the same over the Ark of the Covenant. If you ever seen the Ark of the Covenant, you have the cherubims and they're facing each other with their wings towards each other like this at each other. Inside of, they said that the staff in which that Moses used in order to turn the serpent, turn the wine into a serpent, it was in there. And they also said that the 2 tablets, known as the 10 Commandments, 5 of each was written on them, was placed in there as well. This is all talking about the 2 hemispheres of the brain. The 2 tablets they always showed you is formed like this. That is the, hold on, let me see if I can get over a little bit more here. Here we go. That's symbolic to the left and right hemisphere of the brain. And then the middle pillar that comes up in between to illuminate them through these 2 nerves called the Ida and the Pingala. The story is told to you in your Bible where it says that Jesus sat between the 2 thieves or the 2 malefactors. Anybody remember that story? He was on the cross, and the one on the left said, if you be the Christ, won't you get yourself down from him? The one on the right said, I believe you are the Christ. And this day, you know what I'm saying, I wish you would, take me into paradise. No response to this nigga over here. Jesus talked to this one and said, I will remember you this day in paradise. And they said at that point, he gave up the ghost. He gave up the ghost. You get it? Up, ghost, up, ghost. Holy Ghost, Holy Breath, Holy Spirit, up. Up. You get it? Up. All right. So Jesus gave up the ghost, and here it is, right through the 7 chakras to become Michael, he who dares to be called God, to the pineal gland. The same journey that Muhammad took on the night of Miraj, the night of power. Muhammad got on this beast, on this creature. It was called the Baruch. And on this Baruch, now the word Baruch in Arabic means white lightning. Hold up. And it also means horse. Hold up. Jesus said he was going to return on a white horse. I'm reading the Greek information and they talking about Pegasus, which is a white horse. What is this white horse theme over and over again? Well, there's an area in your brain which is made of white matter and it's called what? Hippocampus. And guess what hippocampus means? It means white horse. And they say Jesus going to appear again and he going to appear in a cloud. Well, is it, you got gray matter and you got white matter, which is your brain, which happens to be the same colors as white clouds and what? Gray clouds. So it's not talking about out there returning. There's an area in the hippocampus brain in which that was called the barytheric gland that Dr. York speaks about. That's where it originally was in the barytheric gland, in which that made us very psychic. It made us very psychic. It's been removed, but it's been reinserted genetically once again. Now it's here under the submental area, which is right here, still part of the head, not here any longer, but now here. But it still does the same exact thing, make you very psychic. All right, so all of this is talking about, once again, the pineal gland. Gabriel symbolizes the pituitary gland. Right, the pituitary glands, and there's actually, you have a anterior and a posterior portion of the pituitary glands. So actually it's glands, pituitary glands. But the shape of this gland is like the shape of the vaginal canal of a woman. The pineal gland happens to look like the head of the phallus or penis. When these two begin to massage each other, there's a chemical that produces called DMT, spirit molecule. So that's why everybody tells you that sex happens first in the brain. Uh-oh, it does. But they don't tell you the science behind how that happens. And guess what? The pineal gland becomes engulfed with blood and it swells from a size of, now this is what some people say now. You have some people who have the size of a pea. You have some which is about a grain of a corn, all right? And you have a kernel of a corn, and you have some which is about the size of a grain of rice, right? Like rice is white, so you can basically figure out that's talking about somebody who got some calcification going on. But when it becomes engulfed, the pineal gland blows up to about the size of a dime. About the size of a dime. That's how large it becomes. Now, originally, size of a quarter. And they say that even before this, right? I should say not the original. I should say less than 10,000 years ago during the last ice age. It was about the size of a quarter. It's dwindled to now the size of a dime. But prior to that, it was the size of a $50 to $1 coin. And it set more up towards the top of the head. And this is why you can see individuals such as the Pope and others who have a staff with a pine cone at the top of it. That pine cone symbolizes the pineal gland, because the word pine cone, they go the word pine right there. Pine cone, because it actually looks like the shape of a pine cone also, with receptors on it, which is like metallic, glass-like fixtures. And they say that when the Kundalini comes up and it hits the pineal gland, it solidifies and becomes like a diamond. This is where we get the crystal city from that's mentioned in the book of Revelations. They talk about the crystal city. Anybody read the book of Revelation? Okay, well, in the book of Revelation, y'all can read it later on. It talks about, all right, the crystal city. That is the crystal city that they're talking about. All right, so this is fascinating. In my book, I take people through it. Everything I'm talking about, I got in my books. Because we need to know nowadays. All right, so let me see if I can get it. Right, this is the temple of Dendera. what I was talking about. Can everybody see that? That's an ancient thing. That's the zodiac signs that we are going over. Oh, okay. Excuse me. There we go. All right. All right. That's the temple of Khadirah, and where the zodiac signs or symbols come from the Greek rendition of them. We'll pass it around and everybody can take a look. Pass it back to me right quick because I got something else to show y'all out of that. All right, so let me finish this right quick, then I get back to Sagittarius. So Michael, Gabriel, and you have Azrael, which is the same name as Israel. Then you also have Raphael. Then you have Samuel. You have Gimiel. And you have Uriel. Right? These are the 7 archangels that's mentioned in your Bible. Your Bible just says the 7 archangels, but these are them by name. We get these names from out of the book of Enoch. Right? The book of Enoch. All right? Now, each one symbolizes your pituitary gland system, your endocrine gland system, as we were just talking about. Pineal gland, pituitary gland, your thyroid gland, your parathyroid glands. All right, Raphael is your thymus gland. Samuel is known as your pancreas, spleen. Right? Gimiel is your adrenal glands. Right? And its connection to the kidneys, because the adrenal gland sits directly on top of the kidneys. Then you have the Uriel, which is the testes and the prostate gland within the male and within the woman. There are, within the woman, it's the uterus and the ovaries. All right, so these are the 7 major endocrine glands. Right, 7 of the major endocrine glands. And how it correlates to the 7 African powers that we went over, how it correlates to the 7 souls of Ra. And I'm just simply showing you how all of this is told over and over again throughout various languages, but the same symbolism is there. The same symbolism. All right? So, right, so when that pineal gland becomes enlightened, this is what happens. This is the beginning stage of the enlightenment. Now you see the yard. Remember Yah? What was the top part of Yah? Yah meant what? Higher self. Yod was the flame. All right? Yod is fire. All right? He is water. All right? I'll show you what I'm talking about. So, that's the symbol Yod, which is fire. Right? He. Ba. Awa. And he again. Ya, he, wa, he. All right, that's what we were talking about before. Yad Hibahi. Yad is fire. He symbolizes air. Ba, water. He, earth. The four elements. About the four elements are the four amino acids that we broke down earlier that forms the human body into existence. All right? So, when you combine all four elements, it forms what's called God is turned around and shown right quick what ether is. That shit that make it burn slow.
Oh,
All right.
good.
All right, so that's right. All right, so that's the shit that makes your soul burn slow. So right here, ether is the combination of those four elements. This is the spirit. So now the spirit comes into play with the elements of fire, air, water, and earth. Adam, the name Adam, remember, meant earth or ground. It also meant red, as in red blood, right? So this is talking about when all of these come together. Right? So you actually are ethereal, right? You know, Malachi's York, Dr. York, Imam Isa, Rabboni Yeshua, all the various names, he said it over the last 30 years or more, that the nine ether in particular, right? The nine ether, as they talk about, of course, our hair comes out of the follicles in a curl pattern. That happens to be the exact same curl pattern that used to be on the back of the TVs, which is the omega symbol. But it was also called the own antenna, right? This is the remember the TVs when you had to put the tinfoil on the top of it, right? On the rabbit ear antennas, remember that? Hold on, I know somebody. I know everybody ain't had no cable. I ain't get cable till a little bit later on. All right, but the old TVs, you had to turn from channel 2 to channel 13. No remote control, right? That was what? VHF. Very high frequency. However, that was from channel 2 to channel 13. All right, when you went to channel U, that was UHF. Ultra high frequency, and that was channel 14 through 83. This antenna, because you had the rabbit antennas, went up like this. That gave you very high frequency. That rabbit antennas went up like that, right? So, very high frequency. 2 to 13. If you want to go into the pre-cable stage, you had to go to channel U, which was ultra high frequency, and they gave you channels 14 to 83. All right, and this is the antenna that they had on back of it. It was curled. That's the own symbol. And matter of fact, it was called the own antenna. That's what it was called. The own antenna. Now, you think this is coincidence that the Buddhist monks, the Tibetan monks, the Taoist monks, the Shaolin monks, the yogis, they all chant what? Why y'all think that happens? Why is that? Right, because they're trying to move into a higher frequency. They're trying to move from very high frequency to what?
Ultra high.
They're trying to move their frequency from very high to, now look, the antennas for very high is what? Straight. Think about fur or hair. The Europeans have straight hair. So they can reach very high frequency. However, to reach ultra high frequency, they would have to learn how to do what? Bingo. Perm. The antennas, hence they call perm. Right? That's what they call a perm. But also they can chant the Om tone just like the rest of these monks that we just finished talking about, because most of them have straight hair too. You see? So they trying to reach a level that naturally you already at. You are already a fourth dimensional being, but you being held down by a third dimensional apparent reality. So that symbolizes, the message is going up and coming back around. In other words, what goes around comes back around again. You can talk about, like for example, the rabbit hair antennas goes up and then they just stop. There's no curl pattern or to it whatsoever, so it just, it's just out there. It's just reaching into, whatever can pick up. While this type of antenna, which is your 9 ether hair, it comes back, goes up and comes back round again in a curl pattern. So in other words, whatever information is up there, I'm bringing it back down here to me. You see what I'm saying? As above, so below. As within, so without. That's the problem with these type of antennas. There's just an as above. Where is the bingo? Where's the right? There's no curl, no sparrow. The word sparrow, right? How you spell sparrow? Right? There's no sparrow. The word S-P-I-R is short for what? Bingo. That's why it is said about the soul factor. Where's the soul? Oh, they call you soul people. They say you eat soul food. But they never speak of the soul, they just speak of spirit. Where's the soul? That's it right there. Ether. That's the shit that makes your soul burn slow. Right? So, that's the science, y'all. So, once you have illuminated yourself, this is what happens. You gain this sun-disk around the head. Now you come in an image in the after likeness of Ra, your God. Now you become the sun god or the son of God. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You see that? You see that? That's the sun. Now this individual, because he is risen, the Kundalini to the pineal gland, now takes on the title Mikael or Michael, God, and now becomes the sun god. This is why Christians say, oh no, Jesus is God. Jesus, no, he ain't just the son of God, he is God. Because each of you have that ability to become the God. By raising yourself up. Shu. Remember, Shu means to raise up. It also means the personification of air. So after the Kundalini raised up through Shu, which is the breath of life, this right here takes place. All right? Let me read this right quick. It says right here, this is very important. All right. In the book of beginnings, Jeremiah states the Hebrew equivalent is Messiah for the Tamarian word called Mesu. Mesu. On the other hand is Messiah or Messiah. And on the other, Mes, which means to give birth or son. So what are you giving birth to? Giving birth to your son. You're giving birth to your son. See that? Carbon can do that. All right, so let's continue on. It says, in the key of Enoch, the light which actuates the pineal gland is not the conventional light of the sun. The brain produces its own light field on a molecular level. Our neurocircuitry can produce its own light field. This light field occurs after the absorption and storage of sufficient amount of prana or chi or key energy in the crown or third eye area. Melanin and the pineal glands are the key to a deeper spiritual consciousness on which level human beings can integrate their understanding, knowledge to reach metaphysical truths that unlock the doors of dark unconsciousness. Bringing with it an emotional, a psychological sense of security, a oneness with self, an inner peace. The European fears of that unconsciousness, ancestral selves manifest as fears of others. Melanin, melanocytes, absorbs the light energy, sound energy, and electromagnetic energy. If you read the book, Melanin, A Key to Freedom by Dr. Richard King, he says melanin, or better yet, Kim, or Kimware, as it is also referred to as, all right, Kimware, says has magical properties, right? And on a symbolic level, this process was rediscovered by the psychiatrist and Carl Jung as the symbolic process of alchemy. All right, Carl Jung was an occultist. He was an occultist. All right, now he found that this is talking about transferring lead into what? Gold. Hey, that gold halo, that golden halo is around that head. So he transformed from lead, which happens to be the densest metal, right, to gold, which happens to be one of the lightest metals. Right? It can be, and it's also one of the highest conductor of electromagnetic energy. Right? All right. So, right here, it says, the process of intense concentration of attention, meditation by the observer was seen to produce a spontaneous projection of the observer's own unconscious contents onto the subject being visualized. Right? Symbolically, the mind separates the gold, which is the light, all right, from the silver, which is the genetic memory, and said the process is the internal alchemical manifestation. The Kundalini, which is the silver or Mercury, that same as that white horse, because it said that the horse was a whitish silvery in color that Prophet Muhammad went up in on the night of power. When he journeyed into the night of power, he went into the seven heavens, and he seen Allah face to face. That's the same thing that's told to us in Genesis, the 32nd chapter, where it says that Jacob wrestled with the angel Uriel, and Uriel hit him in his thigh. Right. And now his name is changed from Jacob to Israel, meaning to ascend to God now. Now you have to, guess what? The night on which that he went up is called the night of power, but it's also called Isra. Al-Isra. That's the name of it in Arabic. How is that possible that the name is Al-Isra in Arabic and the name is Israel in Hebrew, and it both means to ascend to God? And it's the night of power that Muhammad went into these seven heavens. Same seven heavens that I just showed you. The same seven Elohim, the same African powers, the same Shinkarah, the same chakras, endocrine glands. Same thing. This is all they're talking about. So here, it says, furthermore, the pineal gland and the pituitary gland must vibrate in unison, which is achieved through meditation or relaxation. An established relationship between the personalities via the pituitary gland and the soul via the pineal gland or a magnetic field is created. As the forces become strong enough, it produces a light in the head. The external manifestation is a bright sun disk emitting golden light called a halo or Heru. Because that goes. But people want to say that, you know, that the physical Heru. Of course there is. It's you. Heru, you got the word Haru, in which that becomes the word halo. Within Greek, it's called Heli. Oh. And sometimes they add the S, Helios. But Look here, same H-R rule. E-A, vowel, L-R-O-U. So, it's the same name. All right, ancient Kemetic. Same name in Greek, same name in Latin. And Helios means what in Roman Latin? It means sun. Halo means what in Greek? Right, well, excuse me, Latin, Greece, means sun. Means the same thing, because you see where it came from Kemet. It means sun. So it says right here is that the golden light called halo from the head. So we see that is what is being emitted. All right, so right here it says, John 4:4, that's what I made. I said Peter before, but it's John 4:4. It says, greater is he within you than he that is in the world. So this symbolizes what we're talking about is that the higher self, your Lord and personal Savior, this is the salvation right here. Because now what you're doing is developing your golden dragon body, which means that now you can live externally or at the death of the physical body. Now you have activated your soul principle. Now you become immortal. See? Right, right. Now you become immortal. Right? So, that is what we're supposed to be working ourselves towards to. This is the ancient Egyptian symbol. As you see here, you see Heru and you see Tahuti on the side of each other, left and right side, just like Jesus was between the two malefactors or the two thieves. And the Jesus is symbolic to you actually going through your initiation. And Horus symbolizes light, Tahuti symbolizes wisdom, or reality and wisdom. So with it, this is what this is symbolic to, this water. What is coming out these chalices is called the fat of Sebek. In other words, the fat of the crocodile. Heru stood on top of the crocodile as a child, Hippocrates. And from Hippocrates, which is the child deity, right, or baby Jesus, as we call him, babe Jesus, in the swaddling clothing. All right, that's what it is. Good old Christian stance. That's what we call it. All right. Then he becomes Heru Earl. Heru the elder. All right? So, it tells you from your neophyte stage to your master or adept stage. And this is what this is symbolic to, is now you're graduating. This is the initiation. This is symbolic to the ancient Egyptians when you see the Sphinx. And those who was getting initiated into the mystery school, called your initiation was 40 years. This is where the number 40 becomes prevalent at. Years, you know, that Moses found. It took 40 years for Moses to find out that he was a Hebrew. All right, it took 40 more years for Moses to find out that, you know, to help lead the children, you know, into the land of Canaan. You know what I'm saying? To get the 10 Commandments and all of these good things. Right? It took Elijah 40 years, right? In which that he mastered this plane and left and went up on a flaming chariot called the Macabre. It took Jesus 40 days and 40 nights being tempted by Satan. The saint said, look, I give you this word. You know what I'm saying? Huh? Well, some say 33. Yeah. Some say 40, some say 33. It depends on who lineage that you're using. If you're using Joseph's lineage or if you're using Mary's lineage. But Joseph's lineage is 40, which symbolizes the age of spiritual maturity. Mary's lineage is 33, which symbolizes the age that Jesus died on the cross at the age of what? 33. Somebody to the 33 vertebrates that we just went over, which is your spinal column. Kundalini is here. All right, so you go through the 33 vertebrates. You now die to yourself. In other words, you die to the flesh. So hence the reason why it says that Jesus gave up the ghost, because he lifted up his serpent, which was in the wilderness, just like Moses lifted up the serpent. Remember, Jesus said that he would be like Moses and lift up the serpent in the wilderness. What serpent is he talking about? When these two the Eta and the Pingala, are fully activated, the Eta and Pingala, when they are fully activated, there's a middle area, which we call the middle pillar, but it's called the Sushumna. What is going on? Jesus is always in the middle of something. All right, so in the center, there's a hollow area in the center of the spine. It's called the Sushumna. The Eta and the Pingala. And the Pingala. These are called the three nadis. N-A-D-I-S, the three nadis. These three nadis have to be activated. The Eta and the Pingala have to be activated before the Sushumna, the Kundalini, can come up through the center course of the Sushumna. All right? Yeah. She did now.
There you go. You got it. Good.
All right.
I know that's fine. We fight that. Eat you.
And I was wondering if you could like talk about that a little bit more.
Sure.
What you like, go through the stages of opening your Kundalini and that.
Okay, let's get to that. All right, we know that the word Kundalini means serpentine fire, right? We showed you earlier that the fire element is actually in the head, which is the pineal gland. So when the Kundalini strikes the pineal gland, you have what's called the divine marriage in heaven, which the Bible speaks of in the Old and the New Testament. Right? Everybody read about the marriage in heaven. Christians say that is about Jesus and the church. Well, the church is the physical body. All right? The Bible says that already. Do you not, in 1 Corinthians 3:16, do you not know that your body is the temple of God? And God dwells within his temple. All right? Or her temple. So what we're talking about is the energy coming up, Kundalini. Each one of these endocrine glands is a conscious center, a conscious state. It's a conscious state, right? So, let's say a person who's stuck at the root chakra, that is interpersonal consciousness. That is somebody who's me, myself, and I. I got mine, you better go get yours. That's the mentality. The root chakra, which is called the base chakra. The lead, this is the lead in alchemy, right? This is where they're stuck at. Now, sacral or navel area, right, which you can also call the belt meridian, what happens is that now we're talking about intrapersonal consciousness, all right? This is now when, family, associations, friends, those things become irrelevant. right? Then you have at the third, which is the solar plexus, you have the level of consciousness which is known as life consciousness. It's when you begin to start realizing that everything is living. The planet is living, so you don't want to litter it. Right? You can tell a person whose conscious level is still stuck in the first two, so they'll throw paper and window of their car, just littering up something. You know what I mean? But if you're conscious that the planet Earth is living, if you throw something out, it's going to be like a seed. Banana peel. It's going to be something that's going to be like, that can go back into the planet and help regenerate. They're going to be plastic, which, you know, it takes them 5,000 years to what? Decompose. Right? So you wouldn't do that. So this is a person who's now is at this conscious level, life consciousness. And this is no coincidence that this happens to be the area where you store prana or chi or ki energy at when you practice martial arts. And particularly Qigong or Tai Chi. Right? Or either Aikido. You center the energy right here at this area. Yeah, this is called, right, the lower dantian. You store energy right here. So this is your life center. All right? Matter of fact, this is the center or the area in which that DNA is manufactured, is at this level. So actually, by you absorbing more prana or chi energy, you make yourself healthy and you become immortalized even physically. You'll live to be 120 years old. As the Bible already says in the book of Genesis, that you're supposed to live, my spirit will not strive with man for 120 years. So first we live into the age of Methuselah, 969, almost 1,000 years. And because of the mixture between, quote unquote, the Nephilim and woman, that went down to 120 years. By the time you get to the book of David, by the time you get to David's, the Psalms and the Proverbs and all, it went down to 70. Right? So almost 1,000 to 120 to 70. God. Something happened. I'm gonna get to that tomorrow. But something happened today. All right? Because God, Dad, you got to beg to get to 120. Even now. All right? All right, so that's one of the things that's taking place. Well, the illumination of this causes you to expand your life force, causes you to live a longer period of time when you illuminate yourself. Because what happens is that the Kundalini revitalizes, regenerates, all right? Rejuvenates you. It's a regenerative process, all right? So that means that there's light that is always causing the regeneration of your genes. Hence the word regeneration. Regeneration. Your genes. Regene, in other words, to do your genes again. You know what I'm saying? What is that perpetual energy to redo your genes again? That's Kundalini. So that's the regenerative process. That is the generator, operator, and destroyer in your body. That's the God. Right. Right, generator, operator, and destroyer. That's the God within you. Is your Kundalini. But you don't want it to stay at this lower conscious level. So what is called the 4 lower chakras, or what is called the 4 devils. You want to go into the 3 higher chakras, which is called your Holy Trinity. All right? So next you have your subconscious level. Right? Or your subconscious what is called your subconsciousness. The next you have your super consciousness. Next, you have your magnetic consciousness. And at the pineal gland level, you begin to develop what is called your, guess what? Infinite consciousness. Your infinite consciousness. That means there's nothing in which that you can think of that won't be known. Because now you have the same mind as God. The Bible speaks about you having and developing the mind of God, does it not? But what y'all think that is? That's infinite consciousness. Where your mind is able to span the whole gamut of the 76 quintillion miles diameter of the universe. and know everything that is taking place anywhere that you can think of. Because thought travels 24 billion miles per second. It's instantaneous. So if you think about you being on the moon, whoop, you're there. Oh, what's up, moon people?
Lunar beings.
Lunar folks.
So,
Don't you act lunatic? We fine.
so based on that pretext, sound does travel faster than the speed of light.
It can. Sound can travel faster than the speed of light. This is what they found out here recently. All right? And that makes sense. Because thought is nothing but light slowed down at 186,000 miles per second. Light is nothing but sound slowed down at 1,129 feet per second. All right? So that is nothing more than, so that means that sound can become light, light can become thought, or sound can become thought, and vice versa. It goes up and down.
So it's frequency.
Right. Sound, when it's at its low capacity of 1,129 feet per second, that sound forms geometrical shapes. Hence, your human anatomy. That's how we got here. We came from thought down to light, ethereal down to sound, frequency, vibration. That's all we are. Right? Scientists have already gathered that you are waves. That's all your body is a wave. Right? And there's different hertz that register for each aspect of your body.
So that will be the case, then this is a hologram.
This is a hologram. And this is why this debate between if the earth is flat, if the earth is round, I don't care. But this is an illusion. What do you seem like me? They're going to debating you about if the earth is round or flat for? And when that argument been over on the books for the last 1,000 years or so. I don't care. Because I remember as a child, I was told what this world was in the beginning. Roll, roll, roll your boat gently down the stream.
Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
Did somebody lie to you? I don't think nobody lied to you. This is your vessel. This is your boat. Roll it down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. But remember, life is but a dream. Well, you was told this. You was 4 years old. You was 5 years old. You was 6 years old. You was in nursery school, preschool, kindergarten. But you got this. That was one of the first songs you was taught. It's time for old back that don't have a phone. E-I-E-I-O. And E-I-E-I-O is the name of God. I just told you, Yahivahi. E-I-E-I-O is the same name as Yahivahi. And they told you that too through the nursery rhyme.
Within nursery rhymes, you're true knowledge.
Exactly. You gotta go back and get all of this. Get all of this. Because it all comes out to your existence. So once again, you know, because people ask me my opinion on Facebook all the time. Well, what's your estimate on the Earth being flat and being a globe? And I like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. This is an illusion. This is an illusion. And your mind is the magic wand. If you are able to control your mind well enough, you can bring what you want into existence. That's called the law of attraction. But guess what's the mediator between that existence that you want to have and the existence that you have now? What's the mediator? The breath. Exactly. It goes right back to life. If you want a better life, then you have to learn how to breathe. Because if you're hyperventilating yourself, panicking, you're dead. You're bound to have a heart attack, panic attack, some type of attack. Something's going to attack you. But if you're able to slow your breath down, you know, this is why you practice Qigong and Tai Chi. Do it real slow. Do it real slow so you can develop that energy, the mind and body connection, that breath, body and mind connection, so you can put all of that together, so you can center yourself. Now, the thoughts that you think about while you're doing it will help manifest what you want into existence. Because now you have enough energy to manifest it. Now you have that prana or that chi or key energy to manifest what you want into your life now. But I got people always talking about, man, I just use my mind, you know, and I'm like, that's good. But that mind needs some energy because that's a light bulb. Why do you think they always drawing a daggone light bulb over the top of the head on the cartoons? That's a light bulb. You need to refuel. Yes.
Breath is that spiritual.
Yes, the word spiritual, right? The word spirit means breath. Breath means spirit. If you look it up in Webster Dictionary, look up breath, you see the word spirit embedded inside the definition. Look up spirit, you see the word breath embedded inside the definition. And they say that they are synonymous. Now, the word synonymous means one and the same. That's what it means, one and the same. So, this is why we were talking about shu so much, because shu is a name also that you can use as a mantra to help manifest what you want into existence. Right? So not only is shu the name of your divine holy breath, in which that can take you through the 7 energy centers or melanin centers, but it also has the ability in order to help manifest what you want into existence. Right? This is another picture of who we refer to as Yah and Wah. Yah and Wah. You guys seen this? Yah and Wah. Yahweh. All right? Heru symbolizes Yah. Set symbolizes Wah. Yahweh. Good and bad. They're tying the knot, if you notice. All right? There's a union in which that they are bringing into existence. All right? And that is the merger of the lower self into the higher self.
You could also see it as the righteous side versus the unrighteous side.
Exactly. Or the left hemisphere of the brain versus the right hemisphere of the brain. Or the lower chakras versus the highest chakras. Heru symbolizes the 3 highest chakras. Well, Set symbolizes the 4 lower or 3 lower chakras, and then the meeting point is the tying at the heart. It's right here at conditional love. I must have, in my higher self, I must have conditional love for my lower self and lower self for my higher self, vice versa. In other words, in the Holy Quran Circle 7, it tells you that you must know your higher self and your lower self. So you must know what you will do and what you won't do. In other words, you yourself must set some standards for yourself, some type of dignity, some type of honesty, some type of moral perimeter for yourself. All right? You know, that comes, of course, we say that comes through parent or, you know, your parental raising, through your parents, your mother and father raising you. This is what it said, right? But of course, we know that doesn't end it, but there's always lessons that you can learn further on. So this is symbolic to knot ceremony, which we call yoga. The word yoga or yoga means union. That is Samatawi. The word Samatawi is the ancient Kemetic name, which means tying together or unifying. This is symbolic to Upper Egypt and what? Lower Egypt. Upper Egypt, higher self. Lower Egypt, lower self. You get it? The red crown, lower self, Set. The white crown, higher self, Abatala. Oh, I mean, Asar. Heru. You get it? So that is the person who controls both. You see the crowns, right? Right? You will have over the crowns. So the white portion, the red portion. The red symbolizes, of course, the lower self. Uriel, right? Uriel is the Hebrew name for the Latin name Lucifer. Okay? Once again, Uriel. The word Uriel means fire of God. Fire of God. Means fire or light. Fire or light of God. Uriel. That is Kundalini. 17 fire. Remember, Kundalini dwells in the base chakra. Well, that's where Uriel happens to be the head of. If you get the book called The Dictionary of Angels by Godwin. In the book, The Dictionary of Angels, Uriel is the Lord of Hell. So this is heaven, earth, hell. Heaven, earth, hell. You get it? Because what does lead do? Lead holds you down. So you'll be in what?
Held here.
Held here.
And your physical
Or
body.
you are in.
What Tupac say? Probably in hell already.
Probably in hell already and don't know it. That's what Pac said, right?
Now that we're talking about Uriel, the physical body, the goddess provided some food and they wanted to take a break.
Okay.
If everybody's in agreement with it.
15 minutes break. All right. 15-minute break. All right, we come on back up with Lucifer.
Okay.
Some food.
I sure is.
Yep,
Sure
show
is.
called Lucifer. I was going to get to it. But you already split the bean. David, it's all right. It's all right. We'll come on. Everybody getting this so far? All right. Check.
Check. I know, right? Check. Okay.
I got to dedicate
So-
this to my man Bobby.
What'd you say?
So I got to dedicate this to my man Bobby. Bobby Hemmett,
Yeah.
my homie. Definitely.
This is a break? Yeah. How long? 15 minutes, Percy said. All right. Did you want to say anything?
Something about this food for sale and this
I did tell me the sister made some food. I'm gonna show your garden. These were our beach buddies today. I'm gonna show them the garden. Y'all, the music then got turned back up, and oh wow, this smells beautiful. It's gardenia, something. Oh, I'm gonna show y'all the acuberry tree. She has 3 of them, but over here she has 2. 2 babies. Oh my goodness. The acuberry tree. Oh, she got 3 over here, but then she got one on over there, and it also has noties on it. I'm excited. It's just beautiful over here. Really is serene. See people enjoying it. Oh, she got pineapple trees. What you think of the lecture, Goddess? What y'all think of the lecture?
I thought it was some great kinetic knowledge.
Okay.
It's amazing. And right now we're training to be bassoons right now for
Ooh,
kinetic yoga. So
okay.
everything's
So
just
this
tying
was,
together.
Okay.
It goes right along with it.
All the teachings of Dr. Mwada Ashby as well.
Yes, we did comedic yoga today on the beach.
Oh, yeah.
It's beautiful that y'all can do it every day. It's so
Yes.
magical here.
Right. This
Where you guys
is good vibes. This is powerful.
Well, our ancestors are from everywhere, but
Well,
we
of
domicile in North Carolina. And I don't know why
That's
this time. We found bladderwrack, kelp,
Really?
iris sea moss in your water.
Really?
That means sitting here buying this over there in the water.
Oh, man.
So that's an idea for the Miami family. That's definitely a resource, you know?
Yeah.
So you got to just take a picture of it and put it on eBay.
Right.
Right.
People will buy it, then you go get it fresh from the
Right.
market.
Right. And they can't get it anywhere else.
Okay.
Right. That's
Beautiful.
beautiful.
It really is. Well, so glad that y'all gave some energy to the crowd. I'm glad y'all came and y'all have fun, okay?
Yes, definitely.
Let's Family, that's the energy here. Yeah. Okay, now this right here is a pineapple. Isn't it beautiful? It's a pineapple tree. Wow. Okay. Wow. And then you got baby moringas in here. Yeah. If you want some moringa seeds when you order from us, just let us know and I'll throw you some in there. Yeah, for the appreciation. And then there's another baby one right here. Now these are sharp and they will cut you, so you got to be careful. Now this right here is the ackberry. I'm sure she's gonna move it. That's the ackberry tree. Oh, this in here. Some deal look like some tree kale. He's got it. Oh, you like that? It's just like in the citrine. What you know about the citrine? You never have to cleanse it. That is guys, I sell them online for $25, but I feel like 20 is fair. What you think? Yeah. Well, let me know, Queen. Okay. I was showing them the Sophia Garden. This one lady said, or somebody said, y'all in Sophia, y'all in Miami? Yes, we're in Miami. They know about the garden. Okay. Or RaNaNa or Alim. No. Baby. Okay, what you saying? Beautiful.
Yes, and when I met Dr. Bay for the first time. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So yes, when I met him for the first time, I was so excited and listening to the energy that you get just being in his presence is so phenomenal, guys. I'm telling you, I don't care if you got to fly by plane, travel by train, as the song say, just get here.
Okay.
Get here. So, heart to heart, Alan, wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom. It's a blessing.
Peace and honor, got it. Thank you. Wow. Okay. Look, electrify everybody. Y'all, I'm gonna put y'all on the recorder. So, when we come back from break, we'll have to do.
Hi, how are you? What is that? Facebook Live or something?
Yep, and you too.
Okay, nice.
Thank you.
Everyone.
He's so tall. He's like,
Tell them about Me Hungry.
Me Hungry restaurant. Got the best vegan and vegetarian and raw food. Tell them about me.
Okay, y'all, here's another view of the garden. This is a mango tree. She actually has mangoes on the tree. I'll show you those over here. There's mangoes on trees everywhere. And she got a couple this year. Oh, there they go. Right there and right there. And the avocado tree is huge, but it's not barren, so we need to put some energy on that. Oh, they eating in the garden. Beautiful. But this is avocado. It's not doing nothing, y'all. And then here goes some rosemary. Got a lot of that. We also got a mulberry tree. Here's a banana tree. I think that's being transported here. Okay, here's the goddess cooking up the food, making sure we stay healthy. Plug your space, queen. What's your space?
My space on Facebook.
Yeah.
It's Innova Eatery.
Okay. And she does catering.
Yeah.
That looks
Business
so
card is on the
delicious.
table.
I'm gonna show y'all the business card and I'm gonna read it. Innova's Eatery. Sister P, she's the owner and the chef, and she's in Hollywood, Florida, family. Innova Sunshine 78 at gmail.com. Okay, the kid sister finna get her a second plate. And you know
I
that.
didn't get a second plate. Don't do me like that on camera.
Okay. Well, you was over there eating though. You were sharing here.
Yeah, but I was eating it all, so I.
Oh, okay. He said, "Baby, let me give you the money." Okay, so see, that's still good. Okay. Yeah. That's like corn right there. Okay, that's a papaya. And which she gave us a papaya tree, and I gave it to my aunt. It has 6 papayas on it, but these grow like weeds over here. Can you believe it? Papaya trees everywhere. Let me show you over the wall. So I'm gonna get them too, because we bring in the tropics to the Carolina. Okay, I'll just show you. It's over there. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there was like 4 papaya trees on the ground, like weeds, honey. And if you ever open up a papaya, you do see a lot of seeds. Okay, here's it looks like her deal. I see some pepper, some tomatoes. This is yam. And she got to put it in container because they go ham. Oh, this is like another avocado or a mango that she's growing. Beautiful. Beautiful. This is Indian oregano. It's also evasive too. These are weeds. Get them out of there. Up out of there. Yeah, but that's how you move towards self-sufficiency. You have your own, you're able to feed yourself. Food, clothing, and shelter. That's number one. Food. That's number one. I'm gonna show you the big mango tree too. But this is the remember the one we saw over there? Well, those spikes have gone to the fruit. Tanoni. Beautiful, yo. Making juices and stuff out of them. Wonderful. Okay, here's the papaya. Look how low it is. Bearing fruit. It's shorter than me. Yeah. Look like she got some off of it. You grow like weeds around this piece. This looks like a mango tree, but I don't see no mangoes on it. She said that it was a male. I don't know what's this. It looked like some kind of maple. But I want to show y'all the, here's the pyramid. It's top of the pyramid. You want to get in and meditate on it? I wanted to show y'all that mango tree.
Never seen your rock so
Got sage and basil. We ate from that today. Yeah. Walk really cool. I'm giving a tour. There's 38 people, 36 people on here. Oh, you want that, Mama? It's good. Thank you. I got only $7 and I get it. Okay. Thank you, Daddy. I'll be right back. Y'all, real quick, I'm gonna show y'all the mango tree. Look at that. Y'all see all the mango on that tree? It's at least 100. And it's like that all down up and around the road. Oh, they also got a coconut tree. We also cut down 12 coconut trees. Coconut off the tree today too. There's theirs. They haven't got their coconut yet. Food all up and down the road, okay? Literally. Another pineapple tree. You know, babe. They can get them from online.
Yeah.
You don't $7?
I don't know. But I just sent her there.
Okay, good. It's right here. Thank you.
the true road. Hear me
Oh, that's your change. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Is that coconut water?
This is the alkaline water and the coconut water.
Okay, see, we got the bottles of the fresh coconut water we got today. Okay.
More life.
Okay, we're about to pull it. Give me your spike. Okay, you ready? Okay. You ready? Ooh, you ready? Just remove it and go back in. Okay, see? The other side.
Oh, you know, I was going to text someone about that, and I seen the picture of dogs on the table, and they look so nice and peaceful. So I said, what happened?
He was trying to just dig up that man because he sat out there talking to them. Like, yo, he just wanted to pick them up.
He wasn't in London when it happened. He was in Belgium. No. Belgium. He said Belgium. That's not what I did. That right position. So I go to That's what he that's where I learned that's nothing, no. You want to do something that's that. You see the radio signal, you want to remix of next to that, but next to that. Now we went, we did our research, took a look at next to that numbers. Like 2, 3 sales on, and he's building it right now. He's the hottest thing right now on YouTube, right? But his sales wise is not. How you gonna ask for 1,500 for a verse when you're not selling? You understand? And the fact of the matter was because exactly, and then because he has a legal contract that shows his guarantee, so that is all faculty. So I mean, if we pay 50, once you put behind the black curtain, we're not seeing that.
Is there any more food in here? Okay, good. I'm glad you didn't eat that rice.
No, that's not. I thought it was quinoa too.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right, so y'all trying to talk.
You ready?
Yeah. Yeah. How much juice you got in here? I only got 7, but I'll be able to. Yeah, it'll work out.
Did you get food? Oh, you got food. Yeah, well, that's mine.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. What's up?
Okay,
All right, any questions about anything that we've gone over so far? Anything? Okay. I got to go. All right. All right, so he was talking about Uriel. Uriel within the Bible is called the red dragon, right? The God is asked about the dragon energy. Well, the Kundalini is the dragon, all right? That's what you can see in China, all right? In China, they had the dragon, all right? Of course, we know that's a serpent, right? Hence the serpentine fire. Kundalini. Uriel means fire of God or light of God, all right? Fire is the physical manifestation of light, right? That's what fire is. Fire is the physical manifestation of light. So Uriel means the physical manifestation of God, which is talking about the Kundalini forming your physical body into existence. This is why it goes through the colors of Roy G. Biv. All right, remember Roy G. Biv. This is called the visible spectrum. The visible spectrum, right?
Oh, yes.
All right, we was taught Roy G. Biv. Orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. This is called the visible spectrum, right? So, the Kundalini at the base chakra is the color red. As it moves up to the navel chakra, it becomes orange. As it moves up to the solar plexus, yellow. As it moves up to the heart chakra, thymus gland, green. As it moves up to the throat chakra, which is the thyroid, parathyroid glands, blue. As it moves up to the third eye, forehead, or brow chakra, it's indigo. As it moves up to the crown chakra, it's violet, white, or gold. As we showed you, the golden dragon body. All right? Now, we showed you that each one of these are called your melanin centers, but they're also referred to as your endocrine glands. It's talking about various frequencies, in which that is based off these color patterns. All right, let me see if I can find it here. I have to go out right quick. And haha, there's some good stuff for the mom. All right, so we're looking for this right here. So let's go over this. Okay. You still working? Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it for you.
Okay, let me slide show it, load up quick, and take me through it. Okay. I just pulled it back. Okay, there we go. Melanin is the most ancient and worldwide pigment in every living organism. The very thing that colors the bark of trees brown and the soil of the earth. It dwells in our very essence. So, what happens is that this is actually a model of what we refer to as melanin under a microscope. All right, you can see, all these C's is carbon. The O's are oxygen. The H's are hydrogen, right? All right, continue on. So, got melanin. So right here, we show you, there goes the visible light, which we just went over on the board. Roy G. Biv is the visible. But there's states beyond the visible spectrum. You have radio waves, which is also TV waves, microwaves, infrared waves. You also have ultraviolet, X-rays, as well as also gamma rays. All right? So melanin receptors can only interact with a small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, while melanated dominant people, Africans, neuromelanated persons, i.e. people of color, can interact with the entire spectrum. So not only with the visible spectrum, but with the whole thing, right? With the whole thing. Here it is, the electromagnetic spectrum. Here go the visible spectrum. Here go Roy G. Biv right here. That's it. So this is the visible spectrum. Now think about this. Scientists say that you only use about 10% of your brain. That means the other 90% goes unused on a daily basis. I'm I'm telling you that the other 90% is in these ranges. This is the 10% right here. We go to the other 90% right there. So there's beings that dwell within each of these frequencies, or what we refer to as living beings. Some people refer to them as aliens, extraterrestrials, ghosts, goblins, ghouls, elves, fairies, etc. But they all, everything lives within those spectrums outside of the range of what we now refer to as the visible spectrum. What Western science don't want you to know, the very same ultraviolet light our skin absorbs, we can project. But Western scientists won't admit, recognize, or publish this because of what evolves from it. All right, continue on. That's the story of what we refer to as Superman. All right, let me get to that part. Let me see if I can get here. Okay. So, in the story of Superman, his name is called Kal. Kal. El is Hebrew. The angels in heaven have the last part of that name, suffix called El, which means God. El in Hebrew means God. It also means force. Also means power. Force, power. El means force or power, God in Hebrew. So you have Mikael, Gabriel, Uriel, Gimiel, Samuel, Azrael. You see all the L's, right? But that was also part of God's name, is El. El is also for electricity. 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 El. Elect. Elect. El. And elect. Electricity. Right? Ills. E-E-L. Ill. Elves. Or ills. Electrical ills. Right? Electricity. So, that's what God name means. Force or power. It's energy. So, when we talk about these various states of consciousness, and as you see here, these are the various levels of consciousness. I can actually do a test on each and every one of us here and see what range you reside in to see whom you are consciously. All right, consciously. All right, there's a test. I don't have it here today, but we will be doing it. But it can actually show you if you are actually in God consciousness, which is 1000. That is a God walking in flesh. All right, that is a God walking in flesh. You might be 700, which is enlightenment. You might be 780. You know what I'm saying? Appreciation. 900, which is freedom. You know, empowerment, etc. You know, so continue on. So when you see full spectrum light in the physical state, it manifests as blackness. All light and colors combine or blackness. And the manifestation of the solid form of light is melanin. So melanin is the physical counterpart to the spiritual soul. Let me say that again. Melanin is the physical counterpart to the spiritual soul. Everybody got that? All right. So, right. So why do we not list black and white as colors in physics? Well, in physics, a color is visible light with a specific wavelength. Black and white are not colors because they do not have specific wavelength. Instead, white light contains all light. Black, on the other hand, is the absence of visible light. So here, What color is this? What color is this? All right. So white light is what projected from this when the darkness met in the center to form what is called visible light spectrum. And from the white light came forth Roy G. Biv. These colors right here, which are your chakras, the 7 Elohims, all right? The 7 endocrine glands, all right? So, but it came all from what? Blackness, darkness. We would refer to that as dark melanin, all right? Or uromelanin, or in its spiritual state, it would be called black energy, black matter. Black matter, black energy, okay? So, exactly, the universe. All right, so, this is what we find out. The primary function of DNA is electromagnetic receptors and transmissions. Less than 10% of DNA functions involve protein manufacture. More than 90% functions in the realm of bioacoustics. What is bioacoustics?
Life sound.
Life music, right? Music. Music, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Serpentine Fire, 1977. And bioelectric signaling. This is Dr. Lynn Horowitz. He says melanin has its own DNA. Did you know melanin has its own DNA? It is the most important substance in the human body. Carbon atoms link to form melanin, which have black hole properties. It has black hole properties, y'all. Melanin has black hole properties called your melanocytes. Your melanocytes is able to absorb solar-phatic energy from the sun and cosmic energy. Photons is able to absorb these energies. So right here, which is found in space. In physics, a black body is known to be a perfect absorber and perfect radiator of all forms of light and energy. This black body radiation is at work in the electrons, as shown by Nobel Prize winner Raymond Feynman. The electron is responsible for all chemical changes in matter. But what is causing the electron to change, to cause and produce the changes? It's photons. The interaction between electrons and photons is what is producing electrons to fill in that gap in the melanin and transforming from a third-dimensional being into a fourth, fifth, and higher dimensional being. We'll get to this in a second. The electron is responsible for all the chemical changes in matter. Melanin may be viewed as a battery that is partially charged and can always accept an electrical charge. This is why you need L in your life. In other words, that's why you need God in your life. See, Christians know what they're talking about, but they can't explain it because they don't know how to use religion and science and make sense of this madness. They separate it and say, oh no, we were here 6,000 years ago. Oh no, we was over here 1,000,000 years ago. Oh no, that's crazy as hell.
We're not going to left and the right.
So right here, when sunlight or other energies comes in contact with the melanin battery, it increases the charge of the battery to a certain degree. To a certain degree, what happens? In humans, melanin is the primary determinant of skin color. It is also found in hair, pigment, tissue underlaying the iris of the eyes and the strata vascularis of the ears. In the brain tissues with melanin includes the pineal gland, medulla oblongata, the pigment-bearing neurons within areas of the brainstem, such as the locus coeruleus and the substantia nigra, and etc. So,
Before we go any further,
yeah.
Which means that since we are elect through Satan,
right,
our food that we eat
must be electric. Alive.
Right.
The more alive food that you eat, the more alive you are. So the more electrical food that you eat, the more L you contact. Not this L, not that L, but this L. You get it? All right. But you know, they call those L's now too. Right, right. The sun is sending forth what's called photonic energy, and we as melanated beings are supposed to absorb our fair share. What happens is that with the chemtrails, they're called artificial clouds, and they are blocking the sun rays purposely to cut down on your absorption factor, because they know that your DNA is changing. Your electrons are changing. You're waking up. So they don't want that to take place. All right, so here we have that the brain can hold up to 5 times as much information as the Encyclopedia Britannica, or any other encyclopedia for that matter. Scientists have yet to settle on the definitive amount, but the storage capacity of the brain in electronic terms is thought to be between 3 or even 1,000 terabytes. Everybody knows you can just get 1 terabyte, how much you put on that joint. I'm still putting stuff on it from 8 years ago. All right. So right here, the National Archives of Britain contains over 900 years of history, and it only takes up 70 terabytes. You see that? 900 years of history, and it only takes up 70 terabytes, making your brain memory pretty impressive. Yes, it is. Our brain neurons can contain 25 billion bits of information. And I recommend getting guava cola, ginkgo biloba, ginseng, which I call the triple G's, to help even enhance that further. All right? Information travels at different speeds within the different types of neurons. Not all neurons are the same. There are a few different types within the body, and transmissions along these different kinds at 0.5 meters seconds or as fast as 120 meters per second. Neurons continue to grow throughout your human life. For years, scientists and doctors thought the brain and neural tissues cannot grow or regenerate. All right? While it doesn't act as the same manner as tissues in other parts of the body, neurons can and do grow throughout your life through the dimension of the study of the brain and the illnesses that affects it. Because you are what you think. All right? The Bible itself even tells you that be careful with your thoughts. All right? In the Old Testament, that's what it says. Be careful with your thoughts. What we find out is that you are as you think that you are. So your mind, if you think negatively, then that's what your mind will perpetuate, because that becomes a constant thought within your mind, within your brain. And your brain will begin to start forming chemical reactions. It will produce chemical reactions and send those chemical reactions throughout your body, and it will be stored in the most inefficient and the most efficient place in your body. So whether there's a weak area out in your body, that's where that chemical reaction or chemical process will be stored at. All right, if it's sadness, that's where it's stored at, in the lungs. If it's anger, it's stored in the liver. If it's fear, it's stored in the kidneys. If it's rejection, it's stored in the genitalia. If it's stress, it's stored in the brain. If it's hatred, it's stored in the heart. Uh-oh. I just gave you some keys.
Give us some more.
So, there's certain sounds. Go back one. Let's go back one. Bioacoustics. There's sounds that you can use to alleviate those chemical processes, those negative chemical processes. So in order to activate your pineal gland, the tone is the I sound. I. The I sound. The pituitary gland, the E sound. The thyroid, parathyroid gland, the heart or thymus gland, oh. That's also for the lungs. So if you had problems with, let's say, bronchitis, let's say any other respiratory illness or disease, the ah sound, AH sound, would be the sound that you would tone and would eliminate the mucus and the fluids on your lungs, and which is causing pressure on your heart and get you back right. Because you are bioacoustic. Once again, more than 90% of the functions in the realm is of what? bioacoustic. I just taught you how to tap back into your God through sound. And it's through the vowels. That's why it's called
Vowel.
vowel L. Uh-oh. Vowel L. Vowel L. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Y'all getting this? Uh-oh, I see some smells back there. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so what is a vowel? Vowel is something white. That is what? An oath, right? Something that is sacred. Right? Vows, your wedding vows. Did it be lovely? We got it today. Right? The wedding vows, the vows. Right? And then what I told you L was
God.
Power. Force. God. G-O-D. All right. So, vow is an oath of God or a sacred power. Sacred power. Well, when you get into the word meant do, nature, means what? Or nature.
Nature.
Right?
Nature is the nature.
Right. That's the nature or the force. The force of nature. Everybody heard of that, right? The force of nature. Nature is the force. Medu is what? The word. So nature means the word power, the word force. The force of what? Force of God. Same as the vowels. Same as the vowels. These are the words, but the vowels is the ones that changes up the consonants. The word consonant, everybody just remember that. Consonant, right? Hold on, what's that? Constant. So from consonant, you get the word constant, which means what? That which remains the same. So the consonants remains the same. So what changes up the words? The tones. Oh, that's right, the vowels. And what are the vowels? A, E, I, O, U, sometimes Y, or H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Woo-hoo!
Yeah. I thought it should. By the age.
Huh? That's what they tell us. It's somebody to the 7 tones on the piano. Do, re, mi, fa, la, ti. Bingo. Do. The next do is a higher octave of the same do that we started from. Do, re, mi, fa, la, ti. Bingo. So it's do. So what? Right. Well, take off the last do because that's only, but that's 8. Check on to the 8th octave. Do to T. That's right. Do to T. So do to T have the same sound vibration pattern as A-L-O-U-Y-H, which happens to be the 7 tones in which they're changing the frequencies of your body. DNA, think about it. DNA would be what would be remain constant. So to change the constant, the flux of the DNA, what must you use? Bioacoustics to change DNA. So if they're trying to disrupt your DNA by giving you GMO food, and GMO means what? Modified organisms. The word organism stems from the word organ, which means living. So it's something that's living, what is genetically modifying your what? DNA. Your genes is being changed. through the food, through the fluoride in the water, through the chemtrails, which has barium, strontium, it has aluminum, which is a forgetful agent, right? Right, it dumbs you down. Fluoride dumbs you down. It was an obedient, matter of fact, fluoride and composite in the brain, what happens is that you get Alzheimer's, all right? You get what Muhammad Ali and Richard Pryor had, Parkinson's. You get the shakes, as they call it. All of this is from deposits of aluminum, and the most aluminum that we use comes from the deodorant.
Yeah.
That's why you probably need to get the crystal ones, or either make your own. Make your own. My wife sells natural deodorant, as a matter of fact.
And you can use lemon.
And you can use lemon. Right.
Baking soda, shea butter.
Right. Right.
Tea tree oil.
Right. Matter of fact, you can use essential oils. That's all I use is essential oils. Peppermint, olive oil, eucalyptus. You know, that's all you need. So the thing is that you are a bioacoustic. So hitting these tones and frequencies is what helps shape the stagnation and the blockages from inside of you out. The insulation goes in to shake. The exhale helps to release. All right? So, once again, all right? Tone for the crown, which is the pineal gland, is the I sound. The E sound is the pituitary gland. The A sound is the thyroid gland, the throat chakra. The O sound is the abdomen. All right, remember you was a child, you know, you had a stomach ache, you say, oh, and you go to your mama and your mama kiss you on your forehead and rub your tummy and you go outside and you playing back again. Problem, because mommy gonna put that healing on you. Well, the sound that you used was the O sound. So guess what? If you have diarrhea, you're constipated, what's the tone you're going to use? So you'll use the O sound, all right? Any stomach ailments, it's the O sound, right? So what is the O? The O is the negative weight that also correlates to the sacral, right? The adrenal glands, right? The front is the navel, right? The U sound, the U sound, that is your genitalia. So for the woman, that's the uterus and ovaries. So guess what? If the woman has fibroid tumors or cysts, what's the sound she's gonna use? The U sound. She's shaking it off. Shaking all that negativity that got chemically deposited there and shaking it off. It's called mucus. All disease is mucus. Mucus is the chemical reaction within your body. So specific sites based on deficiency. So there's tones which you are what? Bioacoustic. If you shake those areas, what you're doing, you're putting energy back into those areas, so no longer being deficient. So that means that disease has to move out. And it move out through two ways: urination, defecation, or either through the sweat of your skin. Or 3 ways. All right. So, all right. Of course, for the man, testes and prostate. So the man got prostate problems. What are you going to do? You're going to use the good, right? You're going to do the U. Right? You're going to do the U. Right? The UE. Right? Why? It's actually medulla oblongata. Right? the medulla oblongata, which is the back of the head, which is the ancients. What they would do, they would tap, right? They would tap the reptilian portion, hence the medulla oblongata, the brainstem, and scar it to produce photographic memory. That's how I'm able to do this today. As you see, I ain't been looking at no books, except to show you. Oh, this coming off the top of the dome. Why? Because this is photographic memory. By tapping 25 times, 3 times a day, you scar that area and it produces photographic memory. It also gives you the ability in order to have access to your past lives. Because it gives you access to tap into what's called the oversoul, where your lives, your prior lives are incarnate, where your incarnations are stored at. Let me say it like that. That is your personal Akashic records. Yes. 25 times, right here at the back. You know, remember, you know, Tupac had that head at the back.
That dump truck.
That head right there. That head. Remember that was the head right there, right?
Yeah.
All right, so right here at that dump truck, as my wife say, the dump truck. So right here, right, you tap. Right here at the back of the head, you tap. 25 times, 3 times a day, right in that area where the spine enters into the skull, the brain area. That's fine. So it means that you're anxious.
They're quicker.
What it does is tap you into your past lives. Right. So it takes you into your oversoul where your last incarnations are registered at, which is your own personal Akashic records. That is where you have lived so many times that every thought that you once had, you have access to. So now you have the ability to figure out life because you already been through it before. This is what happens anyway. Haven't you been in a situation where you had deja vu?
Yes.
Well, what you think that is? That is because you already been here before. And you're doing the same damn thing over and over again. Like father say, you got that damn baby brain. You don't got that damn baby brain. And went through this again. You know what I'm saying? You just see, you can't say, man, F this shit when you in the baby brain. You just gotta say, that's all you can do because you back again with that baby brain. But in the baby brain, right? It gives you access to all of that. So this incarnation, past memories that you might have thought that you forgot, all these things begin to start coming to you in flashes, in segments, and even through what's called your daydreams, right? You start seeing all these things take place, and you're like, hold on, where that came from? All right? So these are the things that take place. H is the ha sound, H-A sound, ha. Ha, which is for your heart and your solar plexus. So notice how all 7 of these taps into each of the endocrine glands. And there's some other ones. Like for example, to remove anger from the liver, it's the sh sound. Same sound if you was in the library making all the damn noise and they had to turn around and it's the same sound that calms down your liver from being angry. And guess what? 1 minute outburst of anger shuts down your whole immune system for 6 hours. 1 minute outburst of anger. And that chemical response is stored right in your liver. And the angrier it gets, what happens?
More fog to get.
And you start developing maybe cirrhosis of the liver.
It changed the color of the liver.
Right?
Change the color.
Wow. You said it changed the color of your
Change
liver
the
to
color.
pink.
Right. Or it's grayish pink. But yeah, it can become pink. You know what I'm saying? Which is real healthy. Because remember, the liver have over 500 functions in your body. Over 500 functions. You take the R off the liver, what you got? Live. So that is a very important organ in your body. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release is the shh. So the tone that helps with the release
So you feel like you're getting angry.
Right.
Yes.
That's why when you say shit, shit, you be like, oh, thank you. You're releasing it. Right. When you okay. Woo. Just released it, right? All right, exactly. That's why. All right, so that's the science of this. So what you would do is do these tones seven times each, twice a day. So it would be I. So the I sound decalcifies the pineal gland. There's another tone that decalcifies the pineal gland. It's called Tho, T-H-O-H, which is after thought. Tahuti, wisdom. It's Tho. So those two tones keep decalcifying the pineal gland. There's no way in hell or in heaven should you have a calcified pineal gland after doing these tones for at least 6 weeks straight, twice a day. There's no way possible. Matter of fact, what it would do is activate your third eye to the point that you can actually see what's getting ready to happen. I do it all the time. So you can just see what's getting ready to happen, right? And that way you know if you need to move to the left, or excuse me, your left, my right, out the way. Because you can already see it coming. You perceive in the future what events could possibly take place. So you can know to put your guard up or to allow for it to flow in and let it happen. All right? Yes.
But if you're in your God self, so to speak, and you go somewhere you know you shouldn't be there, you can know you shouldn't leave that spot because you can feel the vibration.
Yeah, you can feel it, right?
You can
And
feel when
see,
you're
if we
supposed to be
did all
there.
these tones
That's
that
what
we
he
were talking about afterwards, everybody would just feel light. You should actually feel somewhat light in the head area right now for just doing those tones. About just center yourself right now and just feel the vibration from the tones that we just did. Can anybody feel like a little chemical change? That's what you want. You want to be able to produce that bioacoustic, electrical signaling. All right, that's what we're doing. We're tapping into the 90% function of the realm of your DNA, of your memories. All right, which is actually of your thoughts. Because remember, they say you only use about 10% of your brain on an average. The other 90% goes unused. It's only used about 10% of your DNA. The other 90% is called junk DNA, which they just found out recently that still has some functions, but that function once used to be in collusion with the 2 strands of DNA, in which at once you had 12 strands altogether. So that means the junk DNA is the other 10 strands that is no longer matched with the 2 strands. So scientists refer to that is just leftover DNA remnants, deposits, so forth and so on. It's called junk. But there is no junk. So recently they went back and did a research on it and found that it's still communicating. There's still bioelectrical signaling through that. All right. So This is what we're talking about. Go thyself, lower self, higher self. Hence, master self. That's the key right there. You know the Da Vinci's right there. So the body is the house of God. Whomever shall know thyself shall know God. Kemetic proverb. So right here, your melanin, if you notice, go back. Your melanin, as we talked about, right here, it's hexagon shaped. You see that? Like a honeycomb. Yeah. Right? What bees do with honey? Or better yet, what do bees do with the comb? What they fill that up with?
Honey.
They fill that with the golden stuff.
They sure do.
Uh-oh.
Land of milk and honey.
Uh-oh. The bee stores in the combs, which are hexagram shape, they fill it with honey, golden stuff. That golden stuff. All right, well, this is called the Metatron cube. Have the same hexagon shaped here. And Metatron is the angelic name of Enoch. Enoch in the Old Testament says he walked with God and was taken and seen no more. Right? That's in the book of Genesis. In other words, Enoch means that he became like Elijah earlier on and became that flaming chariot, that macabre. I'm telling you the story of how to become a macabre. You have to fill your cells with that golden stuff. Cosmic rays of the sun, the golden light. All right? And that it emit from inside out. Hence, that golden sun disk, a halo around the head. So here, we know that, I told you earlier that it was carbon, which is 666, right? Well, there's another area of carbon in which that must be changed. Because remember, in the book of Revelation, it says the mark of the beast was what? 666. Right, it says his wisdom is the number of a man. Talking about all of us. It's the number of man. It's carbon. But carbon is supposed to be changed from 666, 12 to carbon 7. Here's the reason why 7 is the number of God. 7 is what? G, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The 7th letter is G. That's why G is the letter within the Masonic emblem of the compass and square. G, geometry. G, God. Right? So right here, carbon 7 is the material equivalent of Kundalini system as well as Metatron cube. So these same melanin cells, which was hexagon or hexagrammed in shape, is the same as you see here of Metatron. But there's a difference, because now you're going to transform from 666 to 616, which is carbon 7. Check out what happens. Like iron has the ability to sustain a magnetic field around it, carbon 7 has the uncanny ability to carry hyperdimensional fields, such as fields of thought around it. Thus, it can amplify thoughts and other hyperdimensional fields, just as iron and copper in a transformer can amplify magnetic fields. Naturally, it is formed in the brain of spiritual adapts. I showed you the picture earlier of the spiritual adapt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Putting it in there. It's thin, but it's packed full of power. All right. So when they have an out-of-body experience or perform other supernatural phenomena such as bilocation or materialization, etc., during such times, the glow or halo that is formed around the heads of these highly evolved beings is actually due to the excess neutrons produced when carbon-12 transmute to carbon-7 inside their brains. DMT, the spirit molecule. So it says during the human birth experience, the brain is being saturated with DMT, which is called dimethyltryptophan or tryptamine and pinoline, secreted by the pineal gland, also known as the seed of the soul. When these chemicals reactions happens, the brain is literally being awakened as one begins the human experience. So you're just beginning the human experience. So keep going.
So those transformer cartoons, those transformer cartoons, they actually telling us that
you can transform.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Everything is within the cartoon.
Exactly. So right here, this is carbon 12, which is 666. This to the right is carbon 7, which looks like what? It's heavy. You see that? It went from 666. Here go. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 5, 6. Electrons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Neutrons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Protons. So 666. However, this is 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 electrons, 1 neuron, and 6 protons. 6, 1, 6. This is what, right? This is what you're supposed to be transforming into. It's called your crystalline body. So check this out. Let's continue on. So check this out now. The higher astral body, which is the spiritual body, is eternal. The lifespan is about 10e22 years, which is the equivalent to the lifetime of the universe. That time never was when man was not. This is also why we say that man is the microcosm of the macrocosm, which is the universe. So you are the universe in miniature form. So right here, it says it contains the electronic mass of 4e21. That's 4 with 21 zeros behind it, which is electrons. Would be so it would be ignorant to ignore it would be real silly to ignore the 9/10 of your existence. In comparison, let's look at a normal electric bulb that goes off of only about 10% of its energy is light, while the other 90% of energy is wasted as heat. That's the same thing that happens with each and every one of us. I'm telling you now how to reverse this process. 90% of the heat of your body is emitted from the top of your head. Okay? Emitted from the top of your head. %90 of the energy is lost from the top of your head. This is a problem. Because this is opposite to a firefly. The reason why you see lightning bugs or fireflies light up is because they retain 90% as heat, transform it into light, and only release 10% as heat of the firefly. Right now, you release 90% of heat from your body from the top of your head and only keep and maintain 10% for light. So here's Christians already tell you, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Something happened. Or better yet, or rather yet, something isn't happening. So we want this little light of ours to shine, right? So right here, we see that the difference between humans and fireflies is that 90%, which is bioluminescence of heat, escapes from the top of the head of humans, and in fireflies, it contains 90% of heat, which is transferred into light in the body, and only 10% heat escapes the body. So hence, the reason why I showed you the picture of the man with the halo on his head, because he was able to reverse that process. Anybody explain any of this information to you before? Any video that y'all ever seen? See, this is the problem. We need to teach you practical information. All that damn debate and stuff ain't cutting it. They ain't gonna teach you how to become God.
Fight each other in the midst of war.
Right, fight each other, fight each other in the midst of war. What kind of mess is that? Yes.
Is the halo and is that like the Bennu chakra?
That is the Bennu chakra. That's the Bennu chakra, which is the 4th chakra, as we call it. Actually, we call it the 1st chakra. And I'm gonna show it to you in a minute. So right here, what is the name? Check this out now. What is the name of this chemical process? Guess what they call it? Luciferase is a generic term for the class of oxidative enzymes that produce bioluminescence. So this is the reason why you have Masons worshiping Lucifer. Because they're looking for the light. But guess what? They're not learning in there. But yet they have 33 degrees. Well, I told you died at the age of 33. How many vertebrae do you have in your back? 33? Bingo. You see, they're talking about this step ladder, this Jacob's ladder. This is Jacob's ladder. The spinal column is Jacob's ladder. When Jacob said, I seen angels descending and ascending upon that ladder. That's your spinal column. Those bioelectrical signaling. Get this? Look, we getting this today. So right here, it says, and distinct from a photoprotein. Photoproteins are types of enzymes made of protein for bioluminescent organisms. They add to the function of the luciferins, who usual light production reaction is catalyzed by the enzyme luciferase. So this name is derived from Lucifer, the root of which means the light bearer, or fairy, right? One example is the firefly. In fact, firefly luciferin is the luciferin or light-emitting compound found in many fireflies, which is called lamprey or lamprey species. It is the substrate of luciferase, which is responsible for the characteristics of yellow light emission, the golden light. The golden light, honey, that honey, the land of milk and honey. All right, from many firefly species, it says this is the same substance that allows other bioluminescent deep sea fish and microbes to light up over up to over 2,000 species in the water. So there it is. When you was a sperm, you was able to do it. Look at the light that's being emitted from the crown of the sperm. You was once that Christ. Did you know that you as the sperm, which won the race against 777,777,776 other cells, and you was the one who became the Christ in because you got baptized in the river Jordan, and you received the spark of God, which is from the pineal gland, which is the divine soul, and you travel back down into your father's testicles to be gushed forth, become the Christ on planet Earth. You already been to Christ. You get baptized. So the only thing they're doing in church is rebaptizing you again, like you in the River Jordan. The River Jordan is the third ventricle of the brain, which the pineal gland overlooks. And it has the soul. So when the sperm travels up the spinal column, the 33 vertebrae, and to become the Christ, that sperm now hits the pineal gland, and that charge of energy, which is the soul, is transferred from part of the soul matrix, is transferred from that pineal gland, which is the soul matrix, to the sperm, and the sperm travels back down, be gushed forth, and now, vision of the sun. Now is your time to shine. I'm gonna let it shine. You get this? So this is really what's going on, y'all. This is what we showed you in the book. But here go the firefly. Except they doing it here at the ass. No, we need to do it at the head. You see that? So this is what needs to be going on. Right? This is the realness of what is really taking place. So the brain operates on the same amount of power as a 10-watt light bulb. The cartoon image of a light bulb over the head, when a great thought occurs, isn't too far off the mark. Your brain generates as much energy as a small light bulb, even when you're sleeping. 120-watt light bulb is what your brain radiates. In fact, your cells radiates that same amount of light. Of a 9-volt battery, 120 watts. So you have 76 trillion cells, and they all are oscillating at 120 watts. Good God Almighty. Ooh. You're supposed to be lighting it up. So here, the Anunnakis on the walls of ancient Samaria, known as today as Iraq, Iran, today, tall, intelligent beings come down to earth. All thought the people supposed to taught the people astrology, agriculture, holographic, aircraft, alchemy, high science, mathematics, telepathic powers, all of these things. And what the pine cone in his hand represents the pineal gland. That's why that is in his hand, because that's the pineal gland. You see that? All right, so, okay, we continue. So, continue. This is a picture of the reaction of Luciferin and Luciferus as it transforms within a firefly. The same transformation takes place within each and every one of you if you want that light to shine. All right? This is the redemption of Lucifer to becoming Christ. Lucifer and Christ are brothers on the same path. This is Lucifer here. This is Christ here. It's nothing but what's called the polarity of your spinal column. South Pole, North Pole. That's why Santa Claus is at the North Pole. Right? Santa Claus is at the North Pole. Right? So Lucifer is supposed to be risen up. The snake's supposed to be risen up again. The Kundalini. So that it can now transform from red dragon, which is mentioned in the book of Revelations, to now gold dragon. And that is at the pineal gland. This is also Auset. This is Ausaw. Ausaw is sleep. He's dead. The soul is dead inside the pineal gland, but it's not awoken yet. So the Kundalini comes through the 7 caverns or caves, because she's looking in order to put the body of Ausaw back together again. And remember the piece that was missing of Ausaw? What was it? I told you that the pineal gland looks like the head of the phallus. They was telling you metaphysically that you have to make sure that before the Aussetian energy rises, which is the Kundalini, the pineal gland has to be decalcified so that Ausaw can be awakened. Because when the two meet, Heru is born. Christ Lord. Christ the Jesus is born. Lord have mercy. All right, so symbolic to here. Macabre. There it is. On the wall. Sumerians depicting Anunnakian gods flying in whirlwinds. This is the same in which that you will find in the Bible on the flaming chariots that Elijah was taken up on, that Enoch was taken up on. They show you the same thing. Why does this happen to be the same as the medical symbol that you find on the walls of the hospital? The caduceus, exactly. Because it symbolizes the activation of the left and the right hemisphere of the brain, the expansion. That's what the wing symbolizes, the expansion of the mind. This part here symbolizes what? The activation of the pineal gland. What's coming up out the pineal gland? The image of the man, Heru.
That's like the nature said, free your mind.
Free your mind, and your ass will follow. George Clinton. George Clinton. All right. Okay. Oh, let me go back. Bam. So your body can transform into a ship. These are the real ships. And we're going to be going over this tomorrow when we get into the extraterrestrial, because all tonight is dealing with astrotheology, as we went over, dealing with the symbolism behind the astrotheology, right? Because that's what I've been telling you, right? And we're going to be going into now the extraterrestrial information that we're going to show you. So right now, we find that when your body lights up and you have that illumination from the mind, you can transform your body into a macabre. All right? Get this book. It's called Zulu Bone Oracle. And the introduction is done by Khadirah Mutwa, South African shaman. Khadirah Mutwa says that in South Africa, they still call the women to this day macabre. He said, originally, we did not live on planet Earth. We existed on the red planet, which is called Mars. He said, the destruction of that planet through what is called Modic and Malona, which was the planet and the moon, which we now see as the asteroid belt. That's what that is. There was another planet. Anybody would tell you that that there was another planet that was once between Jupiter and Mars. Now it's called the asteroid belt. but it's no longer there. This is where they get the super story, this superhero, Superman story from, about Krypton being blown up. That is Meldick and Malona, the moon of Meldick. And they say that this happened millions of years ago. So what happens is that from that destruction, the beings on Mars said they had to leave. And based on what Khadirah says, he said that the males impregnated the women, and the women was able to transform their bodies into ships to become macabres. And they left there and came to Earth. And the planet was destroyed. The surface of it was. This is what Khadirah says. And I believe it because this thing in which that is taking place on planet Earth had to have happened billions of years before now. Elsewhere. We've been here so long that we don't even remember. And so we got somebody who's younger 6,000 years ago trying to tell us who the hell we are.
So what about
See, you can agree with that level of see.
What's the
All
name
right.
of that Zulu?
Huh? His name is Khadirah Mutua. Khadirah, C-R-E-D-O, Khadirah Mutua, M-U-T-W-A. Not N-W-A, but M-U-T-W-A. Khadirah Mutua. He's a South African shaman.
David I speak a lot about it.
Yes, well, David, I got much of his information from Khadirah Mutua. All right? So, you know, so Khadirah Mutua said that even before that, he said that this is our 6th time that we have jumped planets. Mars was the last. So he's saying the same history that the Dogon tells of us that we existed in Sirius constellation. He said that's where we originally came from. He says that the dolphins are some of the beings in which that came from the Sirius constellation to the planet Earth. At one time, we are the dolphins walking in human form on the surface of the planet. The dolphins are the dolphins in the water. And there's variances in between the dolphins. But you have whales, dolphins, mermaids, mermen.
It's also South Africa. I think of it.
Yes.
Merman.
Yes. Yes, that is real. Right? I had a brother who, Darius, he worked in a nursing home. And he said he had a brother who was like 92, 93 years old. And he said that he would ask his brother about some of those strange events in which that he seen back in the days. This brother speaks of a creature coming out the water, which had red eyes. You know what I'm saying? And he basically was saying that this was a mermaid. And he said they was close up on it. And he said he would never forget this. He said he was with his father when this happened. And this man is 92 years old, and every time he asks him, he says the exact same way every time. So that's how you know it's real. This is not a thought. This is something that he actually seen with his 2 eyes. When my wife and I went to the Bahamas last year, they actually had mermaid holes.
They sure did.
And they had it, and they had fences around it, so that people couldn't go
and sign
and write and sign.
Older people had seen it, and so did children, seen mermaids combing their hair.
Okay, so these are some strange things on planet Earth. You can't be the only species here. So think about a sea turtle and a turtle. Think about it. A sea turtle once walked on what? And it must have readapted itself back to the water, right? To become a sea turtle. We once swam, was in the ocean. Hence, that form stayed as merman, mermaids, dolphins. All right? And we came upon planet Earth, and now we walk what we call upright with 2 legs. We still have the webbing, as the brother is telling me to talk about. We still have the webbing in between our fingers and toes to prove it. And
We
these was
breathing
waves.
amniotic fluid.
Right. We breathe amniotic fluid inside your mother's womb for 9 months. Think about that. Amniotic fluid is what? Salt water. That's salt water. Right? 70% of it is salt. Think about this now. The first transfusions was actually with salt water because it was nearly identical to your blood.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
And this is when less patients was dying because they didn't know the blood types until the 1950s. 1952 is when they began to start realizing the blood types was important. So they just realized that 60 years ago. Just realized what that was. Right? So, the energy field around our body, which is called the aura, and turn into a ship. Certain mantras, mudras, you can use. Using the frequencies of light in which that is going over, can transform your auric field into a ship called a macabre. All right? So Khadirah Watois is talking realness. Density levels are the different dimensions that beings vibrate on. These are 9 different density levels all together. The body can turn into a ship by utilizing the 7 seats or chakras of the body. You see that? At each of these seats is a gland. What glands are those? I told you. Endocrine glands. Pineal. Pituitary. Thyroid. Thymus. Right? The pancreas. The spleen. All right? The adrenal glands. And the testes, ovaries, uterus, prostate gland. So you have to know the body parts to be a healer.
Too.
Right. You have to know the body parts to be a healer. So right here, these are the 7 major glands.
What if you see those things in your video?
Yeah. If you are a pranic healer and you know how to see light around a person, all right? You're a pranic healer or Reiki or Qigong or Tai Chi practitioner. If you see a white background, a person, you can actually see the aura around the individual. All right? You can see the etheric body, which is like an electric blue body, which is about 2 inches above the physical body. And the rest of the aura, you have an inner aura, a health aura, and an outer aura. The outer aura is 3 feet outside of you. So my arms are 3 feet long. So if I be like this, all the way around me will be my auric field. Now there's certain breath techniques, which I'm gonna teach you right now, which can expand your aura 5 times, which is 15 feet outside of you instead of 3 feet. All right, they call the pranic breath technique. Pranic breath technique. This is the first one. It's called empty retention. You breathe in, not for a particular count, just simply breathe in, hold it for 1 second, then breathe out, and then hold it for 1 second. So it's just like this, no particular count. Make sure your tongue is up behind your 2 front teeth to close off the circuit. If you want, you can actually pull up the anal muscles or your perineum. All right? What you're doing is closing off the surface of what's called your microcosmic orbit. All right? You have a line coming down the middle of your body and up the spinal column to the top of the head. Down the front is called your conceptual or functional vessel. Between the legs, up the back of the perineum, the anus on up to the top of the head is called your governing vessel. So you have your functional vessel, conceptual vessel, and you have your governing vessel or channel, right? What happens is that when these two are in unison, like your tongue being up at the roof of the mouth and your perineum being pulled up, they both connect and create yin and yang motion within the body, which is regenerative process. And the more that it can rotate in the body, from down, up, down, up, down, up, it produces energies in which that flows through what's called meridians. You have 6 meridians on the left side, 6 meridians on the right side, 12 meridians. Every 2 hours, in a 24-hour span, each one of those areas needs energy. What gives it energy? The nostrils, the breath. So, you can see, let's say you wake up between 3 to 5 a.m. in the morning. That means your lungs have a deficiency. So that means you should, on that time, constantly breathe to correct that lung issue or problem. You see? Now, there's no coincidence that everything starts at the lungs in that 24-hour span. So between 3 to 5 with the lungs, next it goes all the way back till it goes back to the lungs again. Everything starts at the lungs. All of your healing starts at the lungs. Your health starts at the lungs. Right? So we'll get to that in a second. So right here, it goes on. These seats are your secondary sets of sense. All right, no, let's go here. All these seats or glands line up and vibrate, giving you the ability to turn into energy. Uh-oh, I just showed you that. Let's go back. Cause you to turn into energy. See that? A good example again. So, if you and another, in other words, your mate, male and female, and they did what is called the macabre technique and expanded their auric field, each one would be 55 feet outside in the perimeter in a disc form, just like you've seen there, which looks like a UFO. These are actually Nibiru. This is the real Nibiru here. The real mothership. This is the turning of your body. This is where orbs come from. The orbs are the outside body lights. This is the internal light mechanism. You see this? This is ones who still have a light body or have a physical body, they can make a light body. The ones outside just becomes these right here. You see that? The orbs. That's all they are the orbs. That's why these are the ancestors oftentimes, which are the orbs. Which is, anybody seen these orbs or lights? These lights be around spiritual people. Like you go to my wife's father, he went to Egypt with Ray Hankins about 3 years ago. All right? And in the Valley of the Kings, they say they were surrounded by orbs. Orbs was everywhere. These are the ancestors in the Valley of the Kings.
Did they see him in pictures or just?
It was in pictures and everybody seen it. Right? So this is really what is taking place, y'all. This is what we really need to be gravitating towards. Here the orbs right here. You see them? Orbs are the colors oftentimes of Roy G. Biv. That tells you the conscious level of the individual when they pass human form. What color is this? Bluish. Bluish green, right? So that means they resonate at the heart or throat chakra, in between that range. What color is this? Yellowish orange, right? Yeah. That means they die constantly at the what? You see?
Sometimes you see white ones too, though.
Bingo, and them the ones I would mess with. I would mess with the white ones, with the gold ones, As well with the violet ones. But them the ones, them the high ones.
Green, then.
Right. Yeah, you can do green because that's the heart chakra. So that means they at least they died caring.
Yeah.
All right.
Giving a damn.
Yeah, they died giving a damn. Exactly. So right here, these are the colors of the orbs and their meaning. White to silver means pure energy, high frequency, strength, new power, and visiting spirit showing peace and harmony and love. Pinks, openness, compassion, affection, love, a spirit trying to contact a loved one. Red, high energy, creative, restlessness, stress, pain, anger, must be a restless spirit. So I don't want the reds. You see that? Orange, comfort, healing energy, motivation, hope, strength, courage, may be a spirit of good fortune. Remember, what's the one that we just showed you? The orange, right? The orange one. Yellow, pay attention. Notice, caution, insight, and warning from the spirit. So if they're yellow, is a warning.
Oh.
You know they need to pay attention. Uh-oh, what the hell happened? Okay? Gold. Uh-oh, here go to gold. Free flowing energy, tolerance, just passing by. Good luck, happiness, may be a passing happy spirit. Brains, neutral, healing, communicative, psychic, may be a spirit who is happy in life, visiting and sending healing energy. That's why you wanted that green, right? Blue. Tranquility, peace, protection, intuition. Maybe a spirit watching over you and sending protective energy.
And like when you light your candle, it'll have a blue flame. That's the same thing.
That's the same thing. Right. Purples, at peace, forgiveness, wisdom, spirituality. Maybe a spirit showing peace and forgiveness. Brown or blacks, connection to earth, insecurities, torture, trap, depression. May be from an unhappy spirit stuck in the earth plane. In other words, they earthbound.
Most people see these in their pictures when they take them and go back and look at them.
Bingo. Exactly. All right, so right here, our etheric light and rainbow body already exists encoded in our cells, as I already proved to you. So here, the diamond light body, which is called vortex to jump, is the electric field which penetrates and surrounds the body. When activated with the appropriate geometrical unity keys, our starship diamond light body awakens and we can travel into other dimensions. Now it is up to us to decide if we want to develop our inner technology or to continue relying on an external technology that keeps us entrained and locked into this dream of this reality. Therefore, we can open a living doorway to our oversoul in which we are enabled to travel across dimensions within and beyond the dimensions of our universes, being aware of unity with the sons and daughters of all oneness. Right? What happens with that is the land of milk and honey is DMT. All right? So, this is what we're talking about here, is that essence of ourselves. Right? Big O the Yahi Bahi, as I was talking about before, the true alchemist was not greedy for gold in the literal sense. For them, the transmutation of base metal, which is lead, into gold symbolizes the spiritual transformation of base human beings, which the base is the Kundalini, which is at the base of the spine. All right, so here in the Holy Kabbalah, Yahi Bahi breaks down to the body of man or the son of man. The same four letters of God makes up our bodily structure. The first being DNA, it transcribes into long strands of messenger RNA by using the above four letters in groups of threes, and the three triplet coding contains the copying code. The sequence of these triplet groups represents chain-specific amino acids found in various enzymes and proteins. Amino acids that provide the fundamental building blocks for which all human life is constructed. In fact, the entire DNA is written using a code of only four letters. Who are the four letters? Thymine, adenine, cytosine, and guanine, which is Yod, He, Vahi, or fire, water, air, and earth. All right, that's what we was telling you earlier. Here's the picture of what we was talking about earlier. This is verification as we continue the studies. All right, so brother talked about the water and talked about the alkalinity of the foods. Alkaline food is what? Electrical food. Your blood is about 3 3.4, right? 3.4 pH balance. Not 3, I mean 7.4 pH balance. 7.4 pH balance is your blood, all right? That would be right here in the neutral zone. Neutral pH balance. So if you're sick, that means more than likely you're falling into one of these categories. 60, 50, well, 6.0, 5.0, 4.0, 3.0. Right? This is severe. All right, severe acid. 2.3 is Coca-Cola. You can actually take Coca-Cola and put it on your battery and it melts battery acid. Now hold up. This shit can melt battery acid. Did anybody hear what I just said? Coca-Cola can erode and melt battery acid, yo.
That's what you used to clean it.
Right, they use to clean it with Coca-Cola. And you know what happens? There was a car accident and they get all that blood on the road. Guess what they use? They use Coca-Cola to remove it. It kills the enzymes and proteins of the blood, as well as all. So think about what it's doing inside of you. And wonder why you got leaky gut. Or some other problem. Right? Right. So here. All right. So we find that most tap waters nowadays, at least 7.0. They had to be regulated to at least that. But then they put in 4,000 other chemicals in. Like in New York. They tested the water in New York. They found that it's 7.0. Tap water is good water, but guess what? They found chemicals in it up to 4,000. Yeah. Prescription drugs, antibiotics. Yes. All these things is in the water. All right, so, but the human blood is about 7.4 or 7.365, which is about 7.4 alkalinity. All right, which is right above the tap water, which would be within the neutral realm, but it's still good. So we know that anytime that your cells oscillates at about between 70 to 100 hertz. So you have 76 trillion cells in your body. So each one must oscillate between 70 to 100 hertz. Now, why is it that every electronic that is made only oscillates between 50 to 60 hertz? Look on the back of your phones. Look on the back of your computers, your TVs, all your electronics, on the back of your refrigerator. Everything oscillates at 50 to 60 hertz. Why? If your cells oscillates at 70 to 100 hertz to maintain health, that's to be in a healthy state. Why do they make electronics to pull down the frequency of the cellular structure? This is why they tell you, even though this is called a laptop, don't put the laptop on your lap. Huh? In the laptop, but don't put the laptop on your lap. But it's a laptop. Interesting. Because everybody knows that it kills sperms. It kills and creates cysts, fibroid tumors, by putting it on your lap. It creates cancer by putting it on your lap. So prostate cancer, all these things comes from putting these laptops on the lap. So we find out that cancer oscillates at this level. Right? What they call stage 4 cancer. Begins right here, when the body goes below 5.0 into 4.0 to 3.0. You got stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. Stage 4, oh, ain't no coming back most of the time. Right? At least that's what they tell you. So, if cancer is in these areas here, that means at these last two, that means at these upper two, you have to, in order to do what? In order to reverse these two, you have to do what to reverse?
Alkaline diet. Yeah.
Alkaline diet, in which that you would have to use 9.0 to 10.0 water. If it's in stage 3 and 4 of cancer. They also say that you can add a teaspoon if you don't have high blood pressure, that is baking soda.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So what are the most alkaline foods? Raw spinach, raw broccoli, olive oil, herbal and green tea. All right?
Most lettuce.
Most lettuce, raw zucchini, sweet potato, raw peas, all right? Red cabbage, raw celery, cauliflower, carrots, potato skins, all right? In particular, purple potato, grass and sprouted grains, raw eggplant. You see this? Raw green beans, beets and greens, blueberries, pears, all right? Cucumbers, collards, seaweed, onions, asparagus, lemons, limes, mangoes, papayas, figs, dates, tangerines, melons, in particular watermelon. One of the most alkaline foods is watermelon.
I eat it every day.
All right? Person got cancer, put them on a watermelon diet. A watermelon diet. Not only does watermelon flush out the toxins out your system, it acts as a laxative. Move weights and toxins from the body. All right? So this is just some of the information that if you master it, this is what would take place. All right? Once again, the tones in which that we just did help with this same process. Eliminating the chemical responses from out the body, which is the negative energies, the blockages, i.e., this is what these chemical processes turns into, is dis-ease. It turns into cancer. It turns into frustration and anger and pains. All these things turns into cancer. That's all cancer is. Cancer is anger. It's pain. Disappointment. Frustration. All that shit bundled up. And the cells get confused. They're like, God damn, what else am I supposed to do? All right, so let's go down some. Boom, 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 boom. And this is going to be the last bit of information. All right, so mathematics is the language in which that God has written the universe. It is Galilei. All right? And he's right. You go to sacred geometry, and we just finished showing you with the Metatron cube, but here it is showing you in the foods that you eat. You just mentioned the alkaline foods, and why all the alkaline foods that you just made mention of, his lemons, look at that. Look at that shape. Look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? Look at the kiwi. Look at the apples. Look at it. These are the same geometrical shapes that you see here. The flower of life, the egg of life, the tree of life, the seed of life, the fruit of life, the Metatron cube, as I just talked about. These are the sacred geometrical shapes in which that keeps you healthy. So food isn't just something that you eat. It's something that you process.
Yes.
That's why it says let your medicine, let your food be your medicine, right? Let your medicine be your food. But how can you do that without knowing your blood type? This is the important thing too, because remember, the melanin and the blood types have the same type of shape, geometrical shape, a hexagon shape. So it helps too to know the blood type. Not saying that you have to follow Peter Diamantino or the Damos strictly.
Okay.
You don't have to do that. But it's still important to know if you A, B, B, O, or B. Or what is it?
A.
O, A, B.
RH negative.
Right. You have RH negative and RH positive. Now, with the blood types, O blood type is the oldest. Right? It means original or oldest blood type. It dates back over 250 to 300,000 years ago. Right? The next oldest blood type is A blood type, which means Agrarian blood type. Means that they was on hill or mountaintop ranges and they was producing food in those altitudes. Right? And that dates back to about they say about they say about 13,000 and 10,000. Well, they say about 20,000 years ago for the A blood type. Then it comes down to B blood type. It's come about around 13,000 years ago. And then AB blood type came about 2,000 years ago. All right? So they claim that the climate, the regional changes is what caused the various mutations in the blood types. All right? This is what is claimed. But still, it would be good to know it because you have the mathematics, which is language which God has written the universe. It is also written within you, your blood. Here we have the various, once again, doe, 288 hertz, red, 234 hertz, orange, me, 360 hertz, yellow, bar, 384 hertz, green. Oh, well, yeah, you can say all of those after me. So, 432 hertz, blue, right, cool. La, 480 hertz, indigo. Matter of fact, go through them. All right, so let's say red sphere, isohedron, octahedron, tetrahedron, blue cube, dodecahedron, which is loud 480 hertz, and then T, as we said, right, before it goes back to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do, as you see here, which goes up to 576 hertz, is nothing but the same as the do from the 284, 88 hertz, which goes up to another octave. With T, which is 540 hertz, violin, right? And so sahedron. All right, so this is the 7 musical notes, the 7 chakras, Roy G. Bibb, as you see, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Same colors. So each tone that we just did operates based off of each of these frequencies to tap into your endocrine glands, which is called your 7 Elohims, or your 7 angels, which is your glands, right? So I'm showing you how to tap into your angels. So here we find out that music was changed. Music was once 432 hertz, which is natural music. All right? They changed it to 440 hertz, which is now unnatural music. This is now the frequency of which everybody is dancing to. All this trap music and all this mumble rap. So right here, frequencies have a direct effect on every organism. Excuse the typos. A equals 432 hertz is logical, pure, enriched, and augmented, or augments. It says A equals 440 hertz enhances materialism, hostility, and disconnect humans from nature. So the music is purposely now been changed to 440 hertz to enhance materialism, hostility, and disconnect humans from nature. While 432 hertz is what connects you back to nature. That's the tone, right? So they changed it. So he who knows the secret of sound knows the mystery of the whole universe. I just gave it to you. He who knows the secret of sound knows the mystery of the whole universe. The vowels are the secret of the sounds. All right. I'm like 40 something. All right. I remember when I was a kid, we had a song that was out. Go back one more.
Oh,
there was a song that was out called A-E-I-O-U-U, and sometimes why. Who remember that? Anybody? Oh, come on. Okay, raise your hands. I know you don't really want to.
That's right.
All right, 2 people. It's only me and 2 other people. Oh, okay. There you go. We got me and 3 other people. Now, ain't that something? Okay. But anyway, that song got played just like It Takes Two for like 2 years straight. All right. That's like the way they doing like they doing Ro James right now with that song. It's been played for 2 years straight. Like what's the name of the song with Ro James? When he sounded like Prince.
Okay. I don't know the name of that song.
Oh, well, they play it every day, like 15 times a day, don't they?
Yeah.
I go, baby. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But they've been playing that same song for like 2 years in heavy rotation.
He played on Paperboy and he played on Atlanta, right?
No, that's the other brother. That's Childish Gambino.
So you talking about the ship that's finally come?
No. I'm talking about anytime that you want to. Yeah. He's doing all of that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. I was hitting it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But anyway.
I don't know.
Yeah, you know. I don't know. I don't know the name of it. But anyway, the body is held together by sound. That's the point. And you wanted me to go back. This is what you were talking about right here? Oh, okay. So the body is held together by sound. We just talked that sound can actually go faster than the speed of light, even to the speed of thought. So your body is held together by sound, light, thought. You actually are walking thought form. That's what you are. You are walking thought form. So right here, the presence of disease indicates that some sound has gone out of tune. This is Deepak Chopra. So once again, if the vowels is based on the endocrine glands, which is the seven major endocrine glands, the seven major glands of the body, your melanin centers, your chakras, that would mean that one of them glands have gone out of tune, which means out of balance, because it's called your imbalance. Do you know that your endocrine glands produce hormones? They're called your ductless glands, and they produce hormones. Your pineal gland produces DMT, pinoline, melatonin, serotonin, melanin, precursors of melanin, right? Your pituitary gland produces HGH, human growth hormone, which takes you from the age of 7 into adulthood through puberty. Your pituitary gland does that, all right? That's what develops your personality around the age of 7, is your pituitary gland. After puberty, you're supposed to put all that back into the hands of the pineal gland, the body. The pituitary gland is not supposed to still have that. Otherwise, the personality of the individual become more materialistic, as we just showed earlier. All right? So, this is symbolic to everything that is taking place. Your body is held together by sound, light, and thought. All right? So, you want to say that. We'll do about 10 more minutes and we'll call it a night. All right? So, right here, you see thoughts, construct, heart, transmitter, reality, emotions. All right? Thought, emotions, all right? Feelings. All that equals consciousness. If you change the electric fields of magnetic fields, you can change the atom. Hold up, remember we just told you earlier that the carbon atom, which is carbon 12, which is 666, must be changed to carbon 7, which is 616. I just showed you that consciousness, if you change, remember, each endocrine gland symbolizes a state of consciousness. Remember we went through that? Consciousness, intrapersonal consciousness, life consciousness, subconsciousness, superconsciousness, magnetic consciousness, infinite consciousness. So each level that the Kundalini raises up opens you to a whole different conscious range. It says if you can open it and change it, this electric field or magnetic field, you can change the atom itself. So hence you changing from carbon 12 to carbon 7, becoming crystalline, developing your crystal light body, which is called your diamond body, which eventually will give you your dragon body, your golden dragon body, which we talked about. So here, the earth itself vibrates at a resonance of 7.83 hertz. At least it did. It's called the Schumann resonance. This vibration is considered the natural state of everything. But guess what? In Passover and this past Easter, guess what the resonance jumped to? It jumped to 90 hertz. Yes. It jumped to 90 hertz.
And it's been 7.8 for years, like almost 30, 40, 50, 60 years.
Right, since they've been calculating the frequency, which this is the heartbeat of the earth. So the heartbeat of the earth just went like this.
Yeah.
Right, it was. Boom, 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 Now it's like,
That's the earth ain't got high blood pressure.
right, the earth got high blood pressure, y'all. Right,
Yes.
it's going through a shift.
Speeding up to get there, I guess.
Right. Remember, the Bible in Matthew 24th chapter says, it says for the elite, for the sake of the elite. This is what Matthew 24th chapter says, for the sake of the elite. The day shall be shortened. So everything's being sped up to be shortened. You know what I'm saying? These days shall be shortened. So it done went from 7.83 hertz to now 90 hertz during this past Easter, Passover.
That's deep. Now, on that note, let's end because we want to be respectful to Sophia's garden.
Exactly. All right. So, any questions concerning anything that we're going over? We're going to continue this tomorrow and we'll really get deep. Y'all ain't heard nothing yet, but yes. Wait till tomorrow. Wait till tomorrow. This is nothing. Oh no, this ain't no trick. This the only trick I can do.
We can't trick you. We need you.
Exactly. The only trick I can do.
We end up in here fighting.
The only trick I can do is get you back to yourself. That's the trick.
You.
Right. That's the trick. To get you back to your God. That's the trick.
Okay, the trick is to get you back to your own.
Right. Get you back to your God. Right. That's the trick. Yeah, the gland is called the barytheric gland, and barytheric. It's called barytheric gland. The barytheric gland, and it was once inserted in what's called the hippocampus area of the brain. That is a very sacred area in which that is also very psychic. A person who is dealing with real psychic phenomenon, that area is open, or either it has a portion of that gland that's still there. For those in which that is now coming back into this awareness, your ancestors, because that's what the DNA is your ancestors. They're reinserting that gland back into you because it was taken out, all right, through genetic manipulation. But now it's being reinserted back through your DNA once again, and it's right here under the submental area, right here about an inch back from the jawline and about an inch up from the throat. So you feel like a little ball areas under the chin area.
Feel it?
All right. Okay. See, I got any
chalk. Oh yeah.
Right, chalk in my hands.
You feel yours?
I feel mine.
You feel yours?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's right there.
You feel it? That's your barytheric gland.
There it is, right there. And you have two.
Right. You feel yours? Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's right under the chin area here. Okay.
Yours is like resonating.
Majority of you gonna have it before you're in this class. There's something that we
I was in fairyland.
All right. And so more than likely you have your barytheric gland.
Right there.
Right, there's also it is also another gland which that Dr. David Blair speaks of, which is called your mound. I refer to it as the epiphany mound. It's right up at the top of the mouth. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those are the sons and the daughters of
God. Right.
And when y'all be dreaming,
It was normal.
no, it's not normal. No, that's
no,
not
everybody
normal.
don't have that.
Majority, right. No.
Yeah, it's like when you come out your
No.
dreams, you still see your visions of your dreams, don't you?
No.
Those the ones who got it.
Right. No, everybody do not have this. The Europeans, a lot of the majority of the Europeans do not have this.
Right. And also too, like
Right.
the children who ate the peanut butter and stuff like that, get stuck in the roof of their mouth and they have it and they have it, it's suffocating. It goes straight to the brain. It's like the king's chamber. The king and the queen's chamber.
Right. It's a chamber.
It's like an upside down hill.
Yeah.
Right. It's a mound. It's called your epiphany gland.
It's one of your gifts.
It's right here at the top of the mouth. All right, look. Oh, shoot, I don't know. Y'all can't even see, but you can see mine right at the top of my mouth. Can you see it? Right at the top of the mouth. It's right at the top of the mouth, at the upper palate. Just take your tongue and stick it straight up. And in between that mound, there's a hole that hole extends up into the third ventricle in the brain, and from the third ventricle, from the pineal gland, it releases that DMT, which is called sweet honey. It's called crystal, and it comes through that hole, and you can actually take it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Go like this with your mouth and swallow it, and it rejuvenates your cellular structure. That's the reason why it's produced, right?
Y'all just super don't even know.
Okay,
Exactly. But this is why we have to explain these things to you, all right? Dr. York isn't here. He's locked up. Dr. Deborah Blair, he's gone. You know what I'm saying? So I got to explain what they was talking about. All right?
Make many leaders. Make
Right.
many leaders.
Right. To make you the God.
Yeah.
Because I ain't trying to have nobody follow me because I ain't got nowhere to, I got nowhere to take.
Inspire each other.
All right, I'm gonna be serious. I ain't got nowhere to take yourself. Back to yourself.
Okay.
All right. No, you the guy. What the hell wrong with you? What? Exactly. Yeah, bingo. Let's build. That's what people do. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Surprised I still have my tonsil.
Oh, see. But see, the tonsil is part of the regulations for those glands. Right. Right.
Most oftentimes it's because of their appendix 2 burst.
Relation between, because those are actually glands in which that
Filter the body.
That filters, right? Actually, the appendix and the tonsils will come back online, and they actually will become glands also.
Wow.
So actually, we will develop actually from a 7 chakra system to a 12 gland chakra system.
Wow.
All right. So the appendix, the tonsils, the barytheric gland, the epiphany mound, plus the 7, that gives you 11. So there's more in which that you got one more that's getting ready to form.
From the carbon 12 to carbon 7.
Right. Right. The glands help you make that switch. Right? That's why you have to master the endocrine glands or the chakra system, because it helps you make that switch from carbon 12 to carbon 7.
And if it was taken out, that's okay because it's still there etherical.
Right. You still have an etheric counterpart. Just like a phantom limb. A person get their leg chopped off, they might stand up and be like, oh, shit, I forget that damn ain't got it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a phantom limb. There's still
and
a
sometimes
template.
Still feel pain in it.
Right, there's still a template. At one time, we had the ability of a reptilian in which that we was able to grow limbs back.
I met a girl that could do that.
Okay.
She grew her toe back.
She grew her toe back, right. Exactly.
Any other questions, family?
Any other questions?
We actually tomorrow.
All right, please come tomorrow.
We got some.
Please come tomorrow. We ain't finished. We ain't done. We got a whole
Because that
lot
will be
more.
more application, you know, the group application, because we are so powerful together.
Does the sun, yeah,
We'll
humming
also
noise.
do a live
The sun itself makes the.
Okay, email us.
Humming sound.
Our email address is Royal House, ROYAL Royal House 777 @gmail. And then our website is Dr. Alim El-Bey. Dr. Alim El-Bey. All right.
Can we talk more on what's going on with the planet and the shifting?
Yes. Yes.
So glad y'all all came out. So how did y'all hear about this weekend?
Email.
Right.
We were all the
Oh, Daniel B. And if I'm also gonna send the link to this to Percy, but also if you email us, we'll also send it to you too. Okay.
So it's dralinelbay.com is the website. For those that didn't get the books, I have like 4 or 5 books that's out. 2 are published.